Shall I use a fake Russian accent?
Oh, that would be
Hello.
And then you ended with Delhi se hoon.
Aji. Siddhi shoot అవుతుందా సార్ ఇది? అరే బ్రో ఇది పెట్టకు BTS లో కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ డెమోక్రసీ. యా దిస్ ఇస్ ద థీమ్ దట్ వి ఆర్ కవరింగ్ టుడే. ఎంత కాస్ట్? 500 కోట్లు బ్రో. Shall we start?
Okay. Copycat. No, do it.
Cut. చెప్పు బ్రో.
3, 2,
అరవకు ప్లీజ్.
3, 2.
So, let's begin. (2024) Rewind. Basically, looking at a few major events that have happened in the past 1 year and understanding the reasons behind it, and to also talk about where do we go from here. I have with me Kaushal. Kaushal, what's your background?
I'm an undergrad liberal arts student and I'm majoring in international relations.
Right, great. I also have Likita with me. Likita, what's your background?
I did an MA in post-colonial studies.
I also have Aditya. Aditya, what's your background?
So I have done my master's in law, so that's LLM.
Right. And I'm Ankit. I have a bachelor's in civil engineering. Now, let me ask you all of you this before we invite Dr. JP. How would you describe 2024? Beginning with Likita.
All right. This was a year of wildfires. I've realized how globally connected we've all become. One small event in some corner of the world is affecting Indian policy, Indian economy, etc.
Isn't it called the butterfly effect, I think?
That as well, but also because of so much globalization, we've been brought so close together.
Right. Okay, great. What about you, Kaushal?
I think one word which would define 2024 for me is uncertainty. The world has gotten unpredictable since 2020, especially since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think 24 is sort of a continuation of that unpredictability.
Wow, great. Aditya, how would you describe 2024?
So this is something that I've carried forward from 2023, 2022. I think the word still for me is polarized. I think bridges are falling, literally and figuratively. I think there seems to be no common ground. So yeah, my word would be polarized, and of course there are ways to navigate that, but as of now, polarized. Now, since we've all covered, what about you? How would you describe 2024?
I would say a year of realization. A realization that our society is made up of individuals that pursue their own goals, but somehow all of us benefit from that, right? So that's 2024 for me. Now, we have a big list of things to talk about, right? But so that our viewers can understand better, what is the approach that we took while identifying these issues?
Yeah, so of course, a year long, right? 365 odd days, 12 months. It's difficult to, sort of bring it down to certain issues. But what we have sort of used as a filter is that these issues somehow, answer or try to answer the question of individual demands versus common goals, right? Is the fulcrum of the entire conversation. How do we see that?
Right.
Having said that, we also have another framework in mind, is that these discussions, this discourse can only happen in a democratic setup, right? So the idea of public opinion shaping anything, for that matter, in the global world, can only happen if there is a democratic setup, right? So in a democratic setup where public opinion can shape certain different things, we are using individual demands versus common goals as a fulcrum of deciding the topics that we are deciding today. Yeah.
Right. I think that's a broad, that's a very good list. But I'm sure we must have ignored a few events. Maybe our subscribers can put them down in the comments below, and maybe we can have a look at it and do another session sometime. So I think we are good to go. Shall we have Dr. JP?
Ankit.
So today we are reflecting on 2024, the year that has gone by, and we have a few events, not a few, quite a lot of those events actually. But before doing that, before you joined us, sir, we were all discussing, we described how 2024 for us was in one word. Likita said a realization that our world is globally connected, globalization. Kaushal said a year of uncertainty. Aditya said a polarized word, and he's been feeling that the world is polarized since 2022 now. And I said a year of realization that our society is interconnected and each of us pursue our own goals and in some way benefit the other. So I would like to ask you the same question. In one word, how would you describe 2024?
Turbulent.
Right. Almost on cue, sir. My next question to you is, while we were doing this exercise of identifying these events, we felt that, rightly so, the 2024 brought a lot of instability in different parts of the world. Why do you feel it was like that?
I think it's a great question. Actually, I've been reflecting on this the last few days. There are global causes, there are local causes, particularly in the Indian context. So we must not confuse between the two. The broader global picture, whether it's take the recent unexpected problem that arose in South Korea, Germany and France, normally bastions of stability. In the Fifth Republic, I think this is the first government that was thrown out. The present government recently thrown out. And in post-war Germany, this is the first government that was that fell and interim elections were called for. Very unusual. And of course, the mother of all turbulences, yes. Donald Trump ascending to power and therefore upending the global order as is broadly understood. And many other things. Syria we have seen last week or 10 days. But the global causes broadly are connected to three factors. The first is demography. It doesn't apply everywhere, but generally in Europe, America, and then even countries like South Korea, there is a demographic challenge. The birth rates have dwindled, fertility rates have come down. In some cases, actually, they are as low as 0.7, 0.8. South Korea, I think, is somewhere near 0.8 or something, whereas 2.1 is supposed to have a stable population. And once you have a long-term low fertility of that kind, the economic consequences are that there are too few people working and contributing to the kitty, too many people retired and taking from the welfare. And that certainly has consequences. The second is our notion of perpetual growth. No matter how rich we are, you continue getting richer and richer and richer. A country like India aspiring for 7-8% growth rate, sometimes we achieve, sometimes we don't, is perfectly understandable. We're somewhere here. But a country at this level wants to grow at very high growth rate consistently. Is it feasible and sustainable? Now, there are some people who believe there's no end to that, you can do practically anything, etc. I'm not sure. And therefore, once the expectations of growth are not fulfilled, and once there is excessive consumption without improving the quality of life, politically there are going to be reverberations. The third is migration. And Syria, quite curiously, became a country of interest right now for all of us. But Syria has been the beginning of migration 10 years ago. It's the Syrian civil war that caused the flood of migration to Europe. And of course, many Afghans and Iraqis, others also joined. And then Europe went into convulsion, political convulsion. And for quite some time, Europe believed that migration was a moral thing, must embrace them, give opportunity to everybody. America was somewhat more ambivalent. And now, most of Europe and America roughly are the same side. The language may vary, but fundamentally, national borders matter. You can't allow illegal, undocumented migration as you please. It's both economically and culturally causing too many reverberations. Societies cannot handle it. Therefore, how do you do it in a polite manner, in an acceptable manner? I think these three factors are behind the convulsions in these countries, essentially. Whereas, our country, we also have our own convulsions, except that we are a continental country, 1.4 plus billion population. But on a daily basis, statewide, day-to-day fracas in parliament or outside, or election verdicts sometimes, sometimes unusual. We have our own convulsions. Our convulsions are somewhat different. I don't want us to confuse between the global convulsions and Indian convulsions. Our convulsions are not because there is a demographic challenge. We are nowhere near that. So some leaders, well-meaning, but perhaps they haven't thought through it very carefully, are arguing that we must also enhance our fertility rates. I don't agree with that. In a country, one single country with high fertility in many pockets, many young people whose potential is not fulfilled, whose productivity is not utilized, to talk about more young people being added to the workforce is a little uneconomic right now, let us put it that way. And migration within the country, after all, if you're a citizen of a free country, you're free to migrate anywhere, and therefore where is the problem of demographic challenge? So it's a very complete misreading of the situation. Nor is it because we have reached the growth potential, my God, how can we grow now? We are at the rock bottom. We are still at $3,000 or so per capita income. And we have to reach at least $20,000-$25,000 to worry about, my God, can we grow now? Nor is it about any migration. Who is migrating to India? I mean, really, notwithstanding your CAA Act or something else, I mean, how many people migrate to India? Or any other developing country, really, for that matter. Our challenge is because we have not really tapped the productivity of our people. We have a governing coalition which is emphasizing quite rightly on economic growth and infrastructure. The opposition emphasizing on welfare. But governing coalition understood that welfare is equally necessary for electoral viability. Therefore, you have seen in Maharashtra, other states, and even at the national level, they're also bringing welfare, but perhaps they're trying to bring a measure of balance between the two. The opposition seems to somewhat be less careful about that balance. But both sides are ignoring the need to enhance the productivity. Now, productivity will not come in India merely through technology. That also will add eventually. And I think to the extent technology can bring productivity, we are doing. Your mobile phones or UPI or whatever, we are doing. But that's not the real challenge. Quality education at school level, quality health care, and dealing with the mass of unorganized rural poor who want to migrate but with low skills and low productivity and low earning capacity. How do you deal with that kind of urbanization? If these three fundamental challenges are not addressed, you're not making our population productive. If you don't make them productive, our politics will not be stable. Our society will not be peaceful. I'm saying this with great humility. I think our political establishment, in power or out of power, has completely missed this central issue, which is so obvious. It stares us in the face every day. And yet, it's not part of our politics. It's not part of our parliamentary or assembly debates. It's not part of our public debates on television or all these loud, very vociferous debates. None of it really addresses these fundamental challenges. So yes, this is an age of turbulence, but the turbulence of India is somewhat different from the turbulence of the developed world and the global headlines that we see.
Right, sir. You talked about a lot of countries, including India. So I beg to ask this question to you that are threats to democratic stability periodic?
Repeat?
Are threats to democratic stability periodic? Because we feel that it's kind of is a cycle.
Are threats periodic? It's a good question. I'm pausing because there are two elements to it. If a threat to democracy is construed as something like what South Korean President Yoon has tried to do, and therefore has this society, the capacity, the system, the capacity to withstand it, or peaceful transfer of power and regular elections, if those are seen as the issues, then I don't think it needs to be periodic. South Korea has demonstrated that. India has, by and large, barring the exception of 1975 to 77, 19 months of emergency, dark days, we have liberty, political competition, free and fair elections, notwithstanding what happens behind the scenes, the actual election conduct of it, as opposed to election and political process of it, and peaceful transfer of power. And the courts are independent, and they do contain the governments whenever the courts held that the government has acted unconstitutionally, etc. But if threat to democracy is because of the unrest among the people, visible or sometimes hidden, but that actually has political consequences in terms of volatility, anger boiling over on the street, then I think it's very much so, unless the society or the political system has a sensible approach to public policy. In a country like India, the second one is the problem. The threat to democracy is not in terms of the basic order. Threat to democracy in terms of perpetual unrest. We elect with great gusto in our country. No other country celebrates elections so much. It's like a great festival, like a great marriage. Indian wedding, everybody knows the great fat Indian wedding. Our elections are like that, great fat Indian elections. Robust, expensive, loud, noisy. It's incredible. And immediately after the election, you have Murdabad, protest, Istifa do. So it's become endemic in our country because while governments are changing, or the face of the government is changing, the quality of governance is not changing much. And people perpetually feel underserved and shortchanged. And therefore, unless that is addressed, we'll become more and more volatile as a country, sometimes more and more violent, and sometimes to contain violence or to bring some kind of order in the mistaken belief that this disorder is the fundamental reason why the country is not progressing, not realizing it's a symptom, it's not the cause. You may see something like what Yoon has tried to do in South Korea. His context is different. Or some other semi-authoritarian tendencies among the established, not merely a political party or a government. The whole establishment may come to realize or may come to think that unless you contain the forces of anarchy in the country ruthlessly, the country cannot progress. That kind of a risk is potentially there in the medium and long term. But the underlying factors are that the government is failing, largely because of centralization, largely because of a system of unaccountability and failure of rule of law and failure to deliver services, as I mentioned earlier. And unless we go back to those fundamentals, what governance is about, I think there's inherent instability in a democracy like ours. But otherwise, if you have the systems in place, there is no reason why a democracy necessarily goes through instability.
Sir, you talked about instability in the West and in India, right? But I want to shift our focus to India's neighborhood. We have seen incidents in Pakistan, instability in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and even Nepal. Those are due to primarily economic reasons. But I want to specifically talk about Bangladesh, where Sheikh Hasina, after almost 2 decades of being in power, she was removed. She resigned after a series of protests against her. And Bangladesh has been a fairly successful economic story over the past couple of decades. So, is this an indication that economic growth is not often enough for stability?
No, first of all, it's necessary. Given our condition in the Indian subcontinent, to say economic growth is not necessary is the stupidest thing that we say. It's necessary. And she has done a good job. She could do perhaps even more. And 15 years, she gave robust economic growth. But it's not sufficient. It's not sufficient. Because somewhere along the line, she was the victim of all that's wrong in Bangladeshi politics earlier in opposition. And the vindictive nature, the vengeance politics, retribution, as Trump keeps saying, retribution is mine, I'm your retribution, kind of thing, that has taken over. In democratic societies, people don't want it. Now, our leaders in countries like ours, where there is a long history of monarchy or feudalism, where power is worshipped, they tend to think they are the masters. And people also behave in a slavish manner most of the time. But in their hearts, people don't agree with that. That's why there's a lot of contempt for those in power. There is subservience publicly in a very overt manner because you don't want to displease those in power. But privately, you harbor a lot of insult and injury and hatred. Now, when a convoy goes, even in Hyderabad or some other city, a chief minister or some other minister who thinks is a big person, and then half a dozen cars going on you're straddled somewhere on your way there, or no, dust is literally dust pours all down your face or body. How much you and I feel? Every moment you see that? That is what democracy is. Our ruling classes, they have forgotten that. And as long as that is the case, election victory is not sufficient. And we have to address the fundamental challenge of imbalance of power and the abuse of power which is endemic in our society. And therefore, what happened in Bangladesh is this lady, after some time, after the initial humility and effort to improve the economy, acted as if she's a monarch, but in a democratic guise, because there has to be some election. And the opposition also foolishly boycotted the election. That was wrong too. Boycott is not a solution because that only paves the way for dictatorship to be entrenched. And the tragedy in such a situation is only a convulsion like this can bring about a change of government. But a convulsion like this does not guarantee a better outcome. It may lead to anarchy, it may lead to tyranny. In some cases, like, potentially in Syria, we don't know what's going to happen. It may be jihadi forces that come in place of a tyrannical force. We don't know. The story is not yet written. So I'm not a great believer that mass upsurge leads to positive solutions. There is very scant evidence in post-Second World War world that people coming onto the street by the million has actually brought about a change for the better. Oftentimes it brought about a change for the worse. So I'm a great fan of what Margaret Mead said. Never doubt that a group of thoughtful, committed citizens will change the world. Indeed, that's the only thing that ever does. A group of thoughtful citizens, committed citizens. So I'm not a romantic about revolutions and millions of people pouring onto the street and then, bringing down a government. It looks nice. It makes beautiful TV. But generally speaking, it leads to grief. In Bangladesh, we are seeing now potential grief.
So just as an aside, do you think it's necessary to restrict the traffic when a convoy is passing?
The answer is self-evident. I hate the idea. And I think our so-called leaders, for want of a better word, I'm using leaders. Leader is not merely a noun, it's also an adjective. Leader is somebody who leads. I don't think the people are leading. They happen to occupy positions of power. So I don't know what is another word for leaders. We all must figure out what is the word. But our leaders, for want of a better word, if they recognize A, the public resentment, and B, the importance of improving the systems. Not that, people in high office don't require security or peace.
Right.
I respect that. But you can do that in a very quiet way, in a least obstructionist way, non-obtrusive way, and with great humility. Instead, now, you see, oftentimes in Hyderabad, I don't know if it happens in Bangalore, Chennai, elsewhere, a big nameplate thing, that number plate thing, with that, member so-and-so body.
Yes.
Member municipal council, or member Zilla Parishad, and of course, a minister, commissioner, income tax commissioner, some other. The arrogance of it. Every one of my jobs in government, I started with two things. The first thing was I removed the light and other stuff from my car. My staff, my personal staff would oppose, sir. Then when I say, why do you need it? They have to give a plausible excuse. Then they would say, otherwise traffic will be stranded, this and that. So it's not merely that the people in high office alone want it. Once I was in Raj Bhavan, secretary to governor, I removed all the cars with the emblem except for the governor's official car. Because a cook goes to the market with a car with an emblem. You're insulting the national emblem. All my colleagues and my staff were up in arms against me. This is the only privilege we get here. Even that so, this notion that public office is about to show how important you are, it's very Indian or maybe subcontinental. It's a very dangerous notion, undemocratic notion. The amount of anger that builds up, resentment that builds up, you're forgetting it. So you improve the traffic. And sadly, I know now I'm bordering on contempt of court. The courts actually held in Andhra Pradesh High Court, then in combined Andhra Pradesh, they gave an order that when their lordships, the justices go, there must be, very much like a chief minister or a prime minister, traffic must be stalled and they must be allowed to go violating all of the canons of proper traffic management, and we must reach our destination. So this arrogance, instead of upholding the constitutional values and democracy and improving the quality of life for everybody, this arrogance and this belief that they are superior human beings, I think, I know some people get offended when I say this. We must give up. The sooner they do that, the better.
Sir, moving back to Bangladesh, India's had a very good relationship with Sheikh Hasina and her father as well, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, in the 1970s. So, do you think some of the anger in the protests against Sheikh Hasina is also directed against India? And what are the consequences for the relationship?
I don't think it's directed against India, but by association, sometimes, in politics, when leaders arouse masses, they don't arouse them on the basis of evidence and logic, not rationally. You just emotionalize things. When you emotionalize, things are blurred. No matter which party is in power, Bangladesh's best interests are served by a close economic and diplomatic linkage with India. Of that, there is no doubt. And I'm sure they will realize that eventually. But there is a risk, and that risk is jihadist elements. If they indeed gain dominance, there is a certain proportion of Bangladeshi population, small though it is, but it's significant, which has the Islamist approach. If the jihadist element, therefore, they take over, they take advantage of this opportunity, then they'll make it anti-India, essentially. But otherwise, no matter which government is in office, it doesn't matter. Khalida Jia, Sheikh Hasina, some other party, some other leader, for their own sake, they have to have the close relationship. We have seen that in case of Sri Lanka. We have seen that in case of Nepal. We have seen that in case of Maldives. While temporarily, for political reasons, they want to show some bigger enemy. We have seen Maldives made India a big enemy. But eventually, there is no choice. We need them, they need us, because these boundaries are drawn by accidents of history. But culturally, economically, geographically, we have to treat each other with great respect and as a unified entity.
So Yunus Khan's government met with positive reception from the Biden administration, but Trump on Diwali, he made a tweet condemning the violence on religious minorities in Bangladesh. So how do you think Trump's administration would react differently to Bangladesh? How would that affect?
First of all, Likita, I don't think there will be a significant difference in the approach of Mr. Biden and Democratic Party and Mr. Trump and the Republican Party in dealing with the Indian subcontinent. The rest of the world is different. We are in a unique position. As far as the American administration is concerned, no matter who is there, I think the strong strategic partnership and long-term relationship for a variety of reasons, geopolitical, economic, cultural, for a variety of reasons, I think it's inevitable. Therefore, I don't think there's going to be a significant change. The difference is Mr. Trump's basic approach, if you noticed in the beginning, is anti-terrorism, anti-jihadi comes to the forefront, and anti-immigration, then anti-imports to the country. These are three dominant impulses, because he genuinely seems to believe, like many other Americans, that America's generosity has actually undermined America's economic interests. Many people disagree. In a world of global trade, it's ultimately the consumer interest as important as producer interest, and changing economic patterns of production. To believe that the old-fashioned mercantilist approach will work is not entirely right. But notwithstanding that, there are many Americans who believe that America's trade interests, America's geopolitical interests, America's concern about terrorism, they are fundamental. And therefore, the long-term relationships and alliances and on ideological grounds, embracing the sacrifice necessary to protect somebody else's interests are not important. That is what he represents. But insofar as India is concerned, I think the relationship will be roughly the same, with the difference that he doesn't have the romanticism of a Democratic Party. Democratic Party there are so many wings in that. There's ambivalence. The geopolitical part of it thinks one way. The human rights wallahs think another way. And some other group thinks a different way. And the right hand doesn't often know what the left hand does. Mr. Trump's case, I think we'll be happier in the context of containing terrorism, because India has been one of the significant losers in this whole terrorism issue. We suffered probably more than almost any other country. Now Israel has suffered, and America, of course, has suffered 9/11, etc. So India understands that pain. And we are deeply committed to the integrity of the nation, unity of the nation, almost like unlike any other major country in the world. Because India is the only remaining multilingual, diverse, vast nation on earth. And if we allowed vociferous tendencies to take over, the Indian establishment, Indian people in general, we are deeply concerned about the potential for India's breakup. So in that context, I think Mr. Trump will be far more sensitive to our needs. Sometimes, if necessary, keeping aside some of the more academic and some of the more emotional considerations of intelligence agencies' actions and so on and so forth.
So my question was more towards the Bangladesh-US relationship. And since you also mentioned that Trump is of the opinion that imports are damaging the American economy, how would Bangladesh's increasing textile exports affect that relationship? Would there be a tariff war?
I don't think Bangladesh exports to America will be on Trump's radar, because their only major export is textiles of the order of about $40-50 billion, not all of it to the United States. So in his scheme, Bangladesh still ranks low in terms of a potential trade danger. And two, Bangladesh going into Chinese fold is not in the interest of anybody. It's not in India's interest, it's not in Mr. Trump's interest. So while in terms of tariffs, he will probably be tough with every country, not merely China. I don't think it will cause a significant breach in terms of relationships.
So, why is China seen as a villain, sir? Because we talk about this a lot.
There are two elements to it. One element is purely geopolitical. I am the boss now. You want to compete with me and become the boss, I won't allow you. No, from ordinary politics, very often in politics, is there any serious ideology and principle that is the issue? It's often no. Long ago, one senatorial candidate, a freshman, a novice in politics at that time, was contesting against a veteran senator. Somebody asked him from the press, what are the grand issues in this contest? He said, there are no contests. John is in power, I want it. So very honestly, so that's what politics is most of the time. Now, in that context, go back again to the question, I lost the train of thought.
So, why is China seen as a villain?
Yeah, the first is that China now wants to be a global power, and China is not concealing its ambitions. During Deng Xiaoping's time, he always said, you always conceal your strength, show your softness in his own language, bide your time. And even about grand issues that China was interested in, he said, why do you want to solve it today? Whether it's Hong Kong or Taiwan, next generation will solve it. You focus on economic growth. That's why he created the one nation, two systems policy. To give them the comfort that, no, we are one as a country, culturally and ethnically. But doesn't mean politically we have to be uniform. That wisdom is now missing. But basically, China is not concealing its ambitions to be a globally dominant power.
Right.
And not only America, any country which is at the apex of this hierarchy would not like another country to displace it. But there's also another element. We cannot ignore that, the ideological element. What is China's argument, which is overtly expressed? The similar thing was expressed only in the early days of, or at least for the first half of the Cold War, from 1945 to say about mid-60s or 70. The argument of the Russians was, or the Soviet people were, that our system is superior in delivery. That's why, if you remember the famous kitchen debates of Nixon versus Khrushchev when he was vice president, when he demolished that, because ultimately when they saw the consumer comfort in the West and the kind of quality of life that they have, when the Russian people saw that, the Soviet people saw that, the game was up. So that's why the second half of From mid-70s to 91, they didn't talk about economic prosperity and the quality of life. But the first 25 years was ideological, genuinely, that this system delivers better. Now China is arguing that, credibly.
Credibly.
Because China's legitimacy is real in China. Communist Party of China, they're not like our Assad or some other dictator. While there is authoritarianism, there is genuine decentralization of power, genuine improvement in the quality of life, genuine economic growth, better infrastructure, and there is legitimacy. So China is saying all this talk is nonsensical. National unity and effective leadership, nationalism itself, and economic growth, and quality of life to the people. That's all that matters. Why do you bother about this democracy, human rights, other things, etc.? And China is, so to speak, succeeding. So there is a fundamental challenge. Economic growth and democracy and freedom, do they have to go together? In the first Cold War, the West won because they demonstrated that economic growth and not merely market economy, but also freedom, they are together. But now, that's no longer certain. So there's a much more fundamental issue than merely geopolitics at stake here. But there's also a third issue. It may not be that big as the first two. For 200 years or 300 years, all the major powers have embraced certain basic rules of the game. For instance, that you do not consider a piece of geography which is not permanently submerged under the ocean as an island. And there are certain rules about what is your territory in the oceans, whether 200 meters of a continental shelf or 12 kilometers or whatever from your coast, whatever, and then exclusive economics on 200 kilometers. There are some things which, even before the UN law of the seas was signed by everybody, those rules were applied universally. Neither Britain, nor the Netherlands before it, nor United States, nor Soviet Union ever violated that. China is now fundamentally challenging even that. They're saying might is right. The way Russia has now done, for instance, in case of Ukraine, again, the global order after post-Second World War is now upended. The consensus after 1945 is that you will not invade another country by force for conquering territories. For other purposes, you may teach a lesson, you may bomb, you may do something, but you don't invade and annex a territory. That's a standard thing. Now it's broken. So there's also a fundamental ideological question. So I think all three are playing a role. The first two much more dominant.
So the West itself had never followed its own rules. How are they expecting China to follow their rules?
Do your parents always follow the rules that they... So that's normal. But within that, it's not fair to compare the two. West generally follows, occasionally violates, and apologetically violates. And they pay oftentimes a political price. So there's a difference between the two. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is a Mahatma Gandhi. Nobody is Jesus Christ. But within that, I think post-Second World War, there are certain rules which are broadly embraced. For instance, no Western country ever invaded another territory to conquer post-Second World War. In fact, the only other conquest was by Iraq, in case of Kuwait, which the world resisted. Now, Russia, in case of Ukraine, the world is not able to resist.
So, talking about villains, right? We talk about China as a villain, Ankit mentioned it. And you said, and we talking about Bangladesh, there also seems to be a new villain, which is India apparently. As you said, it's an electoral issue. Maldives, you bring up India, Bangladesh, you can bring up India. How is India? Are we seeing two blocks in Asia now? What's happening? Why is India that?
No, I think...
So I have one more point to add, that the whole campaign around Make America Great Again is centered around this perceived loss of status for America. So the space that China and India are taking up, they think that they're taking up America's space. So do you think that is why this is happening?
First, we will take this first and then come back to that. Take us as individuals and families. There's somebody with a big house or a big family. We are a small little family. Here, numbers also count. And economy, the size of the economy, or property, whatever. Envy is common, no? Let's face it. While saintly people don't allow envy to come into their mind, notwithstanding what the Old Testament said, or the Ten Commandments said, no, envy is a great sin and so on and so forth. The truth is that we're all prone to envy. A small country always detests a big country. Even if the big country is not a bully, you perceive that they may be bullies. Now, when you stand somewhere, a 7 feet tall, very big, muscular fellow is there, you feel threatened a little bit. So that's normal. I don't think there's anything unexpected. Therefore, there are two things, and some of it probably is also our own, what shall I say, our own bumbling. Diplomatically, unless you show the degree of sophistication, give the respect that is due, don't treat them as younger brothers or small kids. But at the same time, make everybody see the common interest. So perhaps there was a time when India was not doing that well enough. Because we were fond of speech making, we were not really pragmatic about foreign policy and so on and so forth. And nobody likes that. So one is diplomacy. How do you handle the other countries? No, like how is Mr. Trump being handled by the rest of the world? If he falls for flattery, they're flattering him. If he falls for perceived self-interest, they're pursuing that. If it's necessary to be sensitive to America's needs as Mr. Trump understands, then they do that too. That's what diplomacy is. It's not about even consistency. It's about recognizing mutuality. So diplomacy is important, and maybe our diplomats are now better than they were earlier. For instance, in case of Maldives, our foreign minister did not lose his temper. Did not say, no, we cannot tolerate this. He said, no, these things happen, we're democracies. We'll figure out eventually, and that's what happened. They figured out eventually instead of losing. Earlier, I think we were a little more intolerant. We were trying to show that we are the big brother. The second thing is, in the long term, the only thing that is sustainable in relationships between nations is mutual interest. That Maldives benefits, or Sri Lanka benefits, or Nepal benefits, or Bangladesh benefits with a good relationship, and equally, India benefits with a good relationship. Pakistan, unfortunately, for a variety of very silly reasons, has not embraced that. But the rest of the countries in the South Asian subcontinent do understand it. And we have to focus on that and more economic integration. And sometimes India must be generous. We must always look for equitable thing, reciprocity. They are small countries. And if we give a little more, we don't lose. For instance, the way India handled the border issue with Bangladesh, it was, I think, a masterly thing. We actually lost more area than Bangladesh. Because the whole thing was like enclaves. There were Bangladesh enclaves within the Indian territory, so to speak, Indian enclaves in Bangladesh. Indian enclaves were more than Bangladesh enclaves in India. But India did not worry. And an avowedly nationalistic government of Mr. Narendra Modi, and his NDA, has given up Indian territory without any resistance in the country or without any problem. That's the right approach. That's the right approach. So I think this is inevitable. It's not because we are bad bullies or bad or anything. It's normal. We must take it in our stride. Don't overreact. Even Bangladesh, we should not overreact. It's a bad idea. We must quietly persuade them, make them see the mutual interest. Sometimes let the wave subside, tempers to cool down. And our television is not doing a good job, unfortunately, because they want eyeballs. They want polarization, just as they try to polarize Indian public opinion within the country between the political parties and create a gulf where there is not much. They also want to create that. Where I'm a great fan of freedom of speech and media, I'm also very wary of media acting, what shall I say, irresponsibly, very loudly. Therefore, some of the problem also is created by the media.
So, why is American society so politically polarized, especially on every issue, like from major issues like immigration to seemingly very personal issues or individual issues like abortion? Is it because of the two-party system that's encouraging this kind of polarization? Do you think a multi-party system would serve America better?
Okay, let's deconstruct the question. It's a complex question you asked. There are two broad streams which probably explain the excessive polarization. One is what we discussed in part earlier, the cultural, demographic, economic. The second is the political and institutional. The political institution is not adequately understood or stressed upon, surprisingly. For a country where on every subject you have a book published a day, if not 10 books a day. Surprisingly, they're not looking at the political structure, the institutional arrangements that are leading to polarization. I'll come to that a little later. To continue the train of thought that we had earlier in discussing the convulsions in Western societies, America in particular, another issue we did not discuss. Over the past 20 to 30 years, the Republican Party has done some unusual things which are now proving to be politically productive but perhaps nationally detrimental. The Republican Party never made abortion a central issue earlier. When they were in search of an issue to polarize, suddenly they embraced that and they allowed that to become one of the dominant things about them. Now Mr. Trump is actually trying to backtrack for political reasons. If you notice, Mr. Trump now seems to be a moderate in the Republican Party in some respects. He is not a MAGA extremist, he is actually a MAGA moderate. That's the paradox of Mr. Trump now. Similarly, guns. Republican Party until 1960s, or perhaps even 70s, was never a NRA party. Now the NRA has become the Republican Party, so to speak, and the guns become. So certain cultural issues have now gained disproportionate importance in the way the Republican Party looked at itself. That was not Republican Party's ethos. Whether Eisenhower or before Eisenhower, the Republican Party, and of course Lincoln's party is altogether different. Even post Second World War, Reagan's Republican, there was a traditional conservative party. Liberty, decentralization, small government, don't tax and spend. That party has now gone into the cultural issues. And once you make issues cultural, and equally Democratic Party is equally guilty. To make an issue of a transgender person who now thinks she is a woman, whether she has a right to occupy the same bathroom as the rest of the women, she has a right to contest in Olympics or somewhere else along with women. If you make it a central piece of your understanding of human rights and society, obviously there's going to be a problem. So the cultural issues have become now so predominant that human beings are not looking at their own self-interest now. I understand in some cases the wife and husband are falling apart on these silly issues. Pardon my expression, silly. But in some respects, in the larger canvas, these are silly issues. So you cannot ignore that. And that's why polarization is more than the political difference. Ultimately, actions may not be that different. You will see many of Mr. Trump's actions are somewhat similar to what Mr. Biden has done. Mr. Biden has continued many of Trump's actions. He has not significantly changed. It's the rhetoric and dividing the people. Now let's come to the institutional aspect of it. There are two factors that led to further polarization in America. These are essentially the post-war and particularly last 30 to 35 years, post-70s, maybe even post-80s. Even if the practices were there earlier, the impact is felt today. One is, you have in America a system of primary elections where the candidate is chosen by the members. On paper, it's wonderful. I'm a great admirer of it. But what happens in a primary election, typically? A primary election never gets the kind of voting percentage as a general election. Even within the party members, I'm not talking overall. Only the die-hard members, ideologically very committed to a certain goal, they tend to vote. So the most vociferous members who are committed to either gun ownership or abortion or something else, issues not really the big issues in the people's minds electorally, they become dominant. Now, therefore, the candidate has to take that kind of a position to be a viable candidate of the party. Unlike in India, the party bosses cannot nominate a candidate. Therefore, the candidates fighting for political office are forced to take extreme positions on both sides, right and left. And it's sometimes difficult to walk back. Kamala Harris, in 2020, mistakenly, she went too far to the left, thinking that would win her a nomination. In 2024, when she tried to backtrack, she failed to do so effectively, and she lost credibility. just to give one example. The second reason why it's happened is this is accentuated by the unusual American practice of determining the political boundaries through politics. India has delimitation through a delimitation commission held by a Supreme Court judge. And while political involvement is there, election commission members are there, and MPs are made ex officio members without voting rights, some political inputs are taken, but ultimately decisions are made by and large impartially, by and large satisfactorily on a bipartisan basis. Whereas in America, the way the American Congress is divided, the lower house of American Parliament, it's entirely up to the local state legislature. So wherever a party is in command in the state, they redraw the boundaries to suit their convenience, what they call gerrymandering. Now, you combine a primary election with gerrymandering, you have a potential disaster in place. Right now, the disaster is seen visibly in American politics. Not only is the society polarized, it's almost impossible for the federal government to come together to make a law. And it's absurd. A country of America's greatness, the first written constitution, a great democracy, which taught us many things, that the government cannot work together cohesively, is the ultimate failure. And China is therefore gaining ground. America's federal government's failure to come together and then make a cohesive policy is actually setting the standard for China to look at democracy and say, this is not democracy, this is foolish. See? And China is very rational in decision making. Whatever you say about China, Chinese leadership is very rational and technocratic. So the contrast between this kind of emotional, impulsive, polarized decision making and rational, technocratic decision making, they are able to project to the world. So very often we are forgetting the institutional factors in America.
Right. So a country of America's greatness, as you said, has also failed in one more issue, that is proper healthcare. The healthcare is highly expensive and inaccessible. And again, if we look at the UK's NHS system, that is also failing miserably with too much pressure on doctors, nurses, long waiting times. So where does the solution lie for huge countries like these?
I think it's a great question. You know, for long I have been a great fan of the National Health Service in Britain because it was the first such conception in modern world. Britain was the first country. Anurag Bevan was the health minister at that time, and Attlee was the prime minister. Malcolm Beveridge, he was asked to give a report as to what are the changes required in the post-war world. You know, the class system has disappeared thanks to the World War. The gender inequality has come down considerably. So the British society changed. It's not merely a government changing, but it's also society has changed. In keeping with that, the great thinkers of that time came up with a brilliant idea of universal health care without out-of-pocket expenditure, a care equal for everybody from prime minister to an ordinary citizen. The conception is very good. But what happened over time is, with the demographic change as advanced, aging population, therefore, the more older we are, the more prone to sickness we are. With improving technology, we think death itself is a disease, there must not be any death. And then every disease must be cured. And the costlier the intervention, the better. And technologies are bringing costlier and costlier interventions with less and less outcome. What happens is, as age advances in certain diseases, you spend more, but the benefit, incremental benefit, or marginal utility as economists call it, on account of the expenditure is increasingly low. And it's very heartless to say, no, sorry, this does not justify this cost, therefore I will not give you another $100,000 or 100,000 pounds to give you 3 more months of life, right? It's very hard to make that call. So costs are escalating. 2, people have no incentive to protect their own health. Now I smoke, I'm just giving extreme examples. If I smoke, whatever problems are there, healthcare costs, at least the government will take care. I don't bear the consequence. Yes, my life may be shortened, but that's what I want. Or I drink. And then if I have cirrhosis, I expect liver transplant. Or I become obese. No, much of the world today, even India, unfortunately, we notice a tendency to gain weight excessively. Because once the famines and the starvation gave way to plenty of food supplies, now people are becoming obese. And there are consequences to obesity. So there's no incentive to protect your health, at least in terms of healthcare costs. Other incentive may be there if you're disciplined, all that quality of life and length of life. But healthcare cost is no longer a consideration. These two things have led to now a crisis situation. And governments don't have money. In Britain, for instance, they spend already 9 to 10% of GDP on healthcare. In America, they spend 9 to 10% from the government and another 9 to 10%, 9% or so from the private sector. Total about 18% of GDP is spent, highest in the world, both as a share of GDP and on per capita basis and in absolute terms. Humongous sum. America's healthcare expenditure is roughly equal to India's GDP.
And yet people are not getting the
And
benefit.
yet, America is somewhere at 36 or 40 among the rich countries. There are only 36 or 40 rich countries in the world. America is at the bottom in terms of healthcare outcomes, measured, for instance, by disability-adjusted life years. Because the model has not given incentive for the institutions to respond properly. A private sector, insurance-based healthcare model with ever-increasing costs, better and better but costlier technologies, without proper primary care and without the incentive to reduce costs and give the best benefits, is not very conducive. Markets do fail in healthcare. And recently, for instance, the brutal murder of a health insurance company chief, amazingly in America, instead of saying catch hold of the culprit, the criminal, and punish him, they're saying he did a great thing, he's now become a Robin Hood. The American popular is now become an icon in American politics or American society.
He's apparently a graduate of an Ivy League university from UP.
University of Pennsylvania. He went to a private school, comes from a very rich family, I believe, very wealthy family in Baltimore City. So he is not one of those jihadi fellows. Well-educated, well-spoken, all that. And it touched a chord in America because America failed to build a healthcare system. You can see three things in America happening from the ordinary people's point of view. The cost keeps going up and up. And therefore, if I'm relatively young, if insurance premium is too high, if I don't perceive a serious danger to my health, it's cheaper for me not to have insurance than to have insurance. Two, with the insurance system, what is happening? Even if you're insured, the people who are smarter, who know how to take advantage of this system, there's nothing illegal about it, and get the better care, more services, they're spending more money, not from their pocket, but the insurance money or the system's money. And the people who are less informed, they don't. So after some time, what happens? Why should I pay for this, man? I will go out of it. As more and more people go out of it who are relatively healthy, insurance is based on risk pooling. If the healthy people pay without any serious risk, but people who are at greater risk, they also pay, then the people with risk will be covered. If increasingly people only at risk pay, people who are not at risk do not pay, then insurance is no good at all. The costs go up. What are insurance companies doing? They, as this man popularized it, delay, deny. They refuse. You see the anger. From insurance companies' point of view, the premium is not enough to meet the cost. Or the pocketbook, they have to show the profits to the shareholders and so on and so forth. The pharma companies, American pharma companies are the most innovative in the world. Most of the drug discoveries are in America. But they're also most exploitative in the world, unfortunately. The drug costs are skyrocketing. Right now, Ozempic, for instance, the annual treatment costs, I think, something like $100,000, as long as the patent lasts. Even after the patent is over, they will change a little bit of molecule, advertise very heavily, and even if generic drugs are available of equal quality, they will somehow make the system prescribe the high-cost drugs, and the costs go up for the insurance companies or for the people. When the insurance companies then said, let there be co-payment so that there's no incentive to buy high-cost drugs, what have the drug companies done? They established non-profit NGOs under 501c3, and then they put the co-payment money as a charity. Therefore, the incentive or disincentive to buy high-cost drugs has disappeared. And American Congress knows that, but every congressman is funded by pharma companies. So you created a political economy and a healthcare structure and a public expectation which is not conducive to quality healthcare at an affordable cost. So America is a unique problem. For a country of its remarkable innovation, it's amazing how American healthcare is under-delivering. Amazing how the gun culture or the excessive emphasis on ownership of guns as a fundamental right is now leading to a tremendous amount of insecurity and fear in society. So some of American things, while America is a great innovator, we also have to learn some things, how not to do in case of America. So the best example probably is Singapore, a model that's not adequately appreciated or studied. I understand that Lee Kuan Yew has actually studied the British model. They were a British colony after all, initially. He realized way back in 1960s, he was smart enough to realize while the goal is wonderful, it's not sustainable, NHS. So can we achieve something similar by altering the incentives and reducing the cost? So he designed a very complex model, which is working beautifully. Singapore spends about 3.5% of GDP from the government on healthcare. The people from their pocket in various forms, they spend another 3.3% or so. And Singapore is best in the world in terms of outcomes. Because there's incentive now for the citizen, and the model is a fairly complex one to actually account for the society's approach and to minimize the cost and maximize the care and outcomes. So I think India also must now embrace something similar to that. Somehow in India, we are also following the American model that private insurance is the answer to all problems. I'm not opposed to insurance, but you are saying what is the problem in American insurance? So private insurance beyond a point will not work in healthcare, particularly in a country where about 80 to 85% of the people are in the unorganized sector without a regular monthly wage. Insurance and health sector never worked unless there's an employer. And you deduct at the time of the salaries from the employee, an employer also adds to the insurance contribution. And in a country where 85% don't have employers, then it will not work. So unfortunately, right now, our governments at the state and national level, their imagination stops. Even the public insurance like Aarogyasri or PM Kisan, all that they can say is, I'll enhance it from 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs or 15 lakhs. You see state after state. That's okay. Anyway, public insurance, therefore, it doesn't matter. Though it's fundamentally flawed because the primary care, family care is important. They're ignoring that. So we have challenges.
So when there's so much dissatisfaction about healthcare in the US, why has it never been an election issue?
It has been. I disagree with you. Healthcare, such as it is, certainly, unfortunately, abortion, guns sometimes are dominating. But really among the secular issues, healthcare has been always in the foremost, not only in America. Almost every Western society, healthcare has been one of the foremost in elections. Only thing is the American psyche and the political economy are such that it's very difficult to find acceptable solutions. Solutions exist. To make them acceptable politically is a challenge. Because the moment you try to control prices, they say market economy is undermined. The moment you say some kind of a queue system is required, you can't have high-cost interventions for everything, then they say my freedom is affected. Americans want, it doesn't matter how much it costs, I must be able to go, in Britain for instance, NHS, unless it's an emergency or life-threatening situation, sometimes you have to wait for 1 year to get an investigation done, which you can get done in Hyderabad in 1 day, if you can afford that. And our costs are much lower than the rest of the world. Americans don't want that kind of a thing. They want, if I want to go, I want to go. Doesn't matter the cost. So given American psyche and given the political economy, the way it's operating, it's hard, but solutions exist. I'm sure America being very innovative as a country, they'll find answers in their own way.
So, as you mentioned about this being an electoral issue, do you think pharma groups have enough power to suppress this issue in American elections?
No, pharma groups only take care of the pharma part of it, the drug costs. Otherwise, poor pharma companies, what have they done to hurt the rest of healthcare system? Because without American pharma companies' innovation, the world would have been the poorer. America, to some extent Europe also. You take COVID vaccination, you take antibiotics, many of them. You take many of the far-reaching drugs against cancer, against hypertension, against diabetes, against many other things, including the recent Ozempic, etc. So American pharma companies have done remarkable work for the world. But the problem is their profit motive and their misinterpretation of market economy are creating a situation where most of the drugs are unaffordable to most people, and there's a price to be paid. And that part of it, already some effort is being made. For instance, if you notice, Biden government has changed the laws or the rules to say that earlier, amazingly, even the government-funded programs like Medicare is the care for elderly, 65 plus. Already you have paid for it. Every employee through salaries, payroll taxes pays for Medicare, future Medicare. If I'm not mistaken, 2.6% of the wages are paid towards future Medicare. It is funded. But obviously, a finite amount is available. And this is for above 65, therefore, healthcare costs are higher. Costs keep going up. So there's a lot of worry with the future costs can be sustained by the money available. Amazingly, what the American lawmaker said, you shall not negotiate with drug companies. When the drugs are supplied, you shall not negotiate. Whatever price they say, if the monopoly drug is there, that price you must buy. Biden government has changed that. Now Medicare is negotiating. So some changes are coming about. Similarly, they also fixed a ceiling on the certain drugs. Insulin, which is vital for the survival of type 1 diabetes patients. Insulin costs are so high that so many people were actually dying because they can't afford to buy it. Monthly costs are several hundreds of dollars, sometimes $1,000 per month, which is quite a high thing for many poor people in America. Now they put a cap of $30 or $35 per month. So some changes are happening. But basically through the Medicare system, where the government has some negotiating power. But when most of the healthcare is in the private hands, that part of it is not touched. And even this is resisted. Republicans have now a mantra. For them, you must not negotiate with drug companies, you must not force the drug prices to be down, and yet you must improve healthcare. So you can't square the circle. Somewhere you have to have a balanced approach.
So how is Trump going to handle these issues? And more importantly, why did he lose power in 2020? And why did he come back to power in 24? What has changed?
2020 was a no-brainer. 2024 is something on which I think hundreds of books will be written, if already they are not written in the last 1 month or so. And it will be one of the greatest issues to be studied and researched in human history, I'm absolutely certain. 2020, his behavior, the rashness, a complete violation of all norms and of propriety that as people understand. I think that repels sufficient number of people. Economy, many people perceived, was actually doing well during his time. And many people were happy with the tax breaks. While long-term debt will go up and all that, while we pay lip sympathy to debt, nobody cares about the long-term debt. There's no tomorrow. Like, Henry Ford said, in the long term, we're all dead. I think that's the position American people tend to take on public debt and all that. But COVID certainly undermined the economy for no fault of Trump. To be fair to Trump, he did not create COVID. He did not create unemployment on account of COVID. But he had to pay the price for that. And while he did something remarkable about the vaccine development, for the first time perhaps in world history, significant amount of money. At the time, if I remember, about $15 billion are committed by the federal government for future vaccines to be developed. Without development, they simply funded them. If the vaccine succeeds, if you then sell it to the federal government, then we will write it off against that. Otherwise, money is lost. That's a huge risk they have taken. And without that risk, vaccines would not have come within 1 year. And he did a great thing. But he did not get enough credit because he was opposed to vaccines half the time. Right. So there's a lot of bungling, that sort of a thing. So given the COVID, etc., that he lost was obvious. Both the democratic deficit people perceived and the COVID management. 2024 is more complex. His victory is authoritative. Across all spectrums of population, his vote percentage has gone up. For only the second time in 32 years, a Republican president got a plural majority, more votes than Democratic candidate. And all the swing states, without exception, 7 swing states, he won comfortably. That means people's mood has changed. People know what Trump stands for. There's no surprise. People reject some of Trump's rhetoric. There's no surprise either. But that probably worked to his advantage because they assume Trump will always exaggerate. And therefore, they forgive him for the exaggeration. They take him for what they think is real Trump. So he's a marketing genius who somehow imprinted his personality on the people. And he also responded to the people's urges right now. And I think a lot will be talked about it. I don't think anybody knows exactly what happened. Many people have theories, but it's remarkable. It's come back. In a democracy, whether you like it or not, you must respect the verdict of the people. There's no point saying it's a bad verdict. Only a bad workman complains against his tools. Only a bad producer complains against the customers. If you produce goods, you must satisfy the customer. So only a bad theoretician or a bad leader complains against the voters. You have to understand the voters. That's what democracy is. So I think it's very interesting. Certainly touched a chord and across the spectrum. And even the people whom he reviled, like the Latinos, like the perceived to be black people, he reviled black people, is general perception, right or wrong. They voted in larger numbers than ever before. And the young Americans, who many people thought would normally vote against him, particularly male Americans, very significantly voted for him. So I think there's something that's happening in America and perhaps the West. We must understand rather than revile.
So on that note, as you rightly mentioned, Trump has gotten a fair share of votes from the Latino community, the Hispanic community, the African American communities, the migrant community for that matter. Do you think that these are, of course, his promises for short-term welfare that he's promising, tariffs and all of that, and employment for that matter, or do you think that this minority group is turning right? Are they actually shifting their loyalties from a party that has always stood by them to a party that is now promising economic growth?
I don't know. Let me be honest, we have to wait and see. But it's a bit more complicated than this party versus that party. Unquestionably, ignoring national boundaries, the geographic boundaries, and pretending that anybody can go anywhere in the world, in a world dominated by a nation-state system for 200 years, was the wrong thing. I think almost across the spectrum, people reacted to that. It's not only a lesson for America, it's for Europe also, for the rest of the world. In a world where we are worried about inequalities and mass migration, differential population growth rates, differential fertility rates, some shortages in some pockets of human resources, some surplus of human resources elsewhere, migration is an obvious answer. But it looks like migration is not so obvious from a political standpoint of view, particularly in rich countries. And Democratic Party, I think, did not get it adequately. While Mr. Biden has probably sent back more people than any other president before in that period, that still now is not enough. The second is the excessive emphasis on narrow group rights as opposed to broader human rights. Last century has been essentially about gender equality. It's about racial equality. It's about promoting the interests of the underdog, education, healthcare for everybody, the Fabian socialism, giving opportunity to everybody. So the broader humanistic goals. Whereas the last 20 years in Democratic Party are dominated by narrow group rights, which are not part of broader human civilization or normal part of broader understanding of what are important for human progress. I think there's a lot of reaction to that too. There's no question about it. And unless we understand what is happening in the psyche of the richer countries, and particularly America, because you like it or not, America still is the dominant force in the world. And if America catches cold, we all have to sneeze. And therefore it has an impact on the rest of the world. I think we do well to understand it very carefully rather than, come up with apoplectic responses. In America or outside, a very thoughtful, very well-considered, evidence-based response. And then trying to persuade people in our country or some other country. Once you're a democracy, you have to persuade the people. Even if you are right, it's not enough that you are right. That is Abraham Lincoln's genius. What Lincoln always used to say, public opinion is everything. Without it, nothing will succeed. With it, nothing will fail. So unless you also know how to persuade the people, there's no point complaining that people voted rightly or wrongly. People vote. That's their right. That's what democracy is about. An Einstein and an ordinary citizen have the same right to vote. It doesn't mean that they have the same wisdom. But if an Einstein does not convey the wisdom to the ordinary people and persuade them, then there's no point complaining. I think the art of persuasion is missing right now in America. It's very much missing now in India. Therefore, we tend to polarize, we tend to emotionalize, we tend to bank upon caste or region or religion or language, which is easy because we have primordial loyalties. And we have lost the patience to actually persuade systematically. And that's the imminent danger to democracy in the world. In fact, that's why American elections have an impact on us too. We'll imitate now America, the worst practice of America without really adopting the best practices. That is my fear.
So the reason I put this in sort of a binary that are the minorities shifting right in terms of politics, not and away from the left, is before this narrative sets in, there is already an example which is exactly the opposite, which is Sri Lankan example, right? Disha Nayake coming to power has been vehemently supportive of the Buddhist Sinhalese sentiment, right? Has been against the Tamils' idea of sovereignty. It's been
A very strange combination. Yes. It was almost like an Naxalite.
Yes.
And extreme ethnic
Marxist
so it's a very unusual combination.
A Marxist leftist who believes in one nation, one unity, one language, apparently. And he has, so the elections that happened in November, he won Jaffna, the home of the Tamil Tigers, if I'm not wrong, LTTE, right? That is unprecedented. Similarly, one can cite US an example of the minorities have voted right. Here we can say the minorities have voted left. So do you think that this binary of left and right is sort of diminishing and a common public good is what people are looking for now?
I think it's a great question. I don't know if you can universalize the response. But what it occurs to me is, whether it's America or Sri Lanka, these are two great examples. Somehow people perceived the rhetoric of politicians to be hypocritical. It's only partly true. It's not entirely hypocritical because the art of politics is reconciling conflicting interests. And it's a very difficult art. Only some people like Lincoln or Gandhi, they would do it honestly, in a manner that all sides understand. When that honesty of purpose is missing in the perception of the people, it appears to be hypocritical. Because you use the same language of Lincoln or Gandhi, but that honesty is not there. That's why if you see the words used in the election analysis, authentic. Are you authentic? So they are not viewing this reconciliation by these very flawed politicians as authentic. So they are saying a Dissanayake or a Trump as authentic. Therefore, even the potential victims of the rhetoric feel is authentic, is honest. You know, the word used about Trump is honest and authentic, if you notice. Now, it doesn't mean that a polarizing, vituperative rhetoric is honest or authentic. It means that the rhetoric of the others, the ones who have to reconcile conflicting interests, somewhere it lost the soul. It became perfunctory. And people want authenticity without polarizing. That requires great leadership. I think right now there's a premium on great leadership. It's missing. I think that is a lesson.
So, because even in Sri Lanka, the man is being portrayed, always been portrayed as a son of the soil. His father was killed, his brother was killed, if I'm not wrong. He himself used to sell certain things on the train. So he's been, as you said, authenticity, relatability is a factor. And the party that used to represent Tamil interest, ITAK, it only won one district. So the imagination that a party which is vehemently anti-Tamil has said, Dissanayake in his electoral speech said that your claim for a different sovereignty is not going to be recognized. I'm not going to do that. Despite that, people voting for him because they were anti-incumbency, they were fed up.
View it from Jaffna province Tamilian point of view. Has anybody recognized sovereignty of Jaffna people? This man honestly, quote unquote, stated that. What anyway is reality.
Yes.
Therefore, that doesn't go against him. If anything, he means what he says. Then he is saying, I will take care of interest like anybody else's interest. Trust me. And the third thing we are also ignoring in this case is, if I understand right, I haven't really followed Sri Lankan politics very closely. He has also become extremely balanced in his views. He doesn't have that rhetoric. His approach is quote-unquote mainstream now. That also perhaps. No. Therefore, when they have seen the earlier fellows using a certain rhetoric to please you, have not changed anything in terms of your lives, here is a man who is honest. He's saying what he feels, and he can be trusted. He's saying, look, I'll take care of you, but I will not give you sovereignty, or I don't think you are different. People voted. Same thing happened in America. You're right. In comparing these two, you're absolutely right.
It's two questions to this. Do you think that the binary of left and right is diminishing? A. And secondly, all of these, even in Jaffna, even in the communities, Latino communities, these are all second, third generation who have no memory of what happened, what the civil war, what the struggle was. Do you think that distant memory is no more an electoral issue for them? For them, it's about jobs, it's about employment?
Okay, let me take two strands in this. I don't know if left and right is actually going to decline, but I want it to decline. Much of the rhetoric of left and right is no longer relevant in that sense. Certainly to the extent that the quest for human prosperity, the quest for equality of opportunity and human dignity, if that is what you call left, that left will always be there, should be there. The desire to limit the government's power and reach, the desire to confine the government to its core functions, and desire to keep the locus of power as close to human beings, as citizens as possible, that is right. That right is always relevant. Otherwise, the traditional left-right divisions are no longer relevant. In that sense, I will be happy if it goes down. I'm not sure if it goes down or not, because many times, on the basis of the short-term evidence, we come to radical conclusions, and in 4 years' time, we see a radical change again. So I don't know, but it should go. So what should replace it? In my view, the idea of what the state should be doing. The last 100 years, the world has taught us many lessons. The binary of the state controlling everything or the market taking care of everything else is irrelevant. The state has core functions, minimally defined, vitally important. I think if you re-examine the whole political philosophy on the basis of what is the state's core functions to meet our collective needs to enable us to function as a harmonious and productive society, then I think we'll be better off. Then it's no longer left or right. The second part of it is the locus of power. Is it a very centralized source of power, or locus of power is localized so that the people are in command, the principle of subsidiarity? As close to people as possible, corrections are possible, accountability is there, and mistakes, the price of mistakes is not going to be borne by the whole society on a large scale. The third is the size of the state. Should it go on expanding? In the 1960s, there was a time when in Britain, I think 50% plus, until Margaret Thatcher came, nearly 50% was the tax GDP ratio. Scandinavia went up to almost 60% or 65% at one stage. Even America was close to 40%. Now it is shrunken everywhere in the world. So what is the size of the state? Relevant, because if you take away most of my tax money, even if I have otherwise freedoms, without money, what is the freedom are you talking about? So I think these are the three central questions rather than traditional left and right. I hope that kind of discussion will replace the old-fashioned left versus right, that binary. I don't know if it's going to happen for sure, but maybe what you're saying makes sense. The younger generation, unburdened by this whole notion of ideology of the olden era, looking at outcomes. If that is the case, I'm happy, but that must be also tempered by the understanding of how institutions function and how the consequences of policies are shaped. If that is not there, merely rejection of the old binary is not good enough, because it may lead to religious fundamentalism, it may lead to anarchic approach. So I want a more coherent approach based on the last 100 years of experience, and last 100 years taught us a lot. The Soviet model has collapsed. China is prospering not because of communism. China is prospering because it embraced the best of the West. The West has prospered to a large extent not because of market economy alone. They embraced the best of the socialist vision of education and healthcare. So I don't think a particular philosophy won. I think a judicious combination of the best principles of both the philosophies won. And that awareness is important for us.
Just as a footnote, sir, Sri Lanka has proportional representation, the election system, and Disanayake's party got 61.5% of the votes.
And look at, he's a bit like French President Macron. Without any political base, suddenly became president. France, he's simply not able to get any majority in the legislature, whereas this man got a decisive majority. So it is a very interesting case. You're absolutely right.
So we'll come to India now. I think one of the key defining discussions or debates, I would say, in India last 1 year has been conflicting views about the role of the state. There is a bloc that argues for welfare freebies. There is a bloc that is asking for growth, or at least a bloc that is giving growth. Now, at the outset, what is the fundamental difference between welfare, freebies, and growth?
A great question in the Indian context today.
Right.
Welfare, as we understand it, is short-term, individual benefit.
Right.
There's a benefit, no question about it, but it's short-term. It doesn't transform the life of the individual herself who is receiving the benefit. Like I give you free rice today, I give you 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees in your bank account this month. It satisfies you that day.
Right.
But it doesn't change my life. There's a benefit. Obviously, there's therefore a vote, or a propensity to vote at least. And it's individual. It's, whereas the other development is long-term, collective, good. I think if we understand it that way, there will be greater clarity. Otherwise, what is welfare, what is education? People say welfare. No. It is long-term, collective, good. It is development. Provided education is not merely employing teachers, education is actually giving outcomes. We are thinking education is employing teachers. Therefore, we are making it an individual short-term good, or maybe for an individual for a lifetime good, because I gave you employment, I pay you 60,000 or 1 lakh salary, but there's no education. That is bogus. It's not education. So true education or true healthcare are long-term, collective good. Now, what is happening in India is, a good illustration is the debate today. This morning, I switched on the TV for a few minutes. I was interested. I believe the opposition leader, he met a group of bankers union, some public sector bank employees union. So I don't know the details. On the basis of that, he made a few points. He said, public sector banks are making profit by fleecing people. So the definition is, if the bank loses, it's serving people. Public sector money is our money. The hard-earned tax money of the poorest people of India. In 2014, 2015, up to 2016, the banks were hemorrhaging. They were losing enormous amounts of money. There was a cumulative loss annually. From the exchequer, we were losing money. As a result, about 4.5 or 4.8 lakh crores from the tax money had to be dumped into the banks for the follies of the banks or the governments that ran the banks from our tax money, instead of giving us what the government should be doing. And if there's one thing that happened well in the last 7-8 years, it is cleaning up of the banks and making them profitable, and then minimizing the non-performing assets, etc. You're making a virtue into a vice. And two, the LOP also said the employees are working in a toxic environment. They're overworked. The word he used is
Bank employees.
Yes.
I don't think anybody would agree
if
with
the
that.
TV statement is correct, the word toxic came. I'm not inventing the word. Toxic environment. They're overworked. And the government claimed in the last several years, I don't know if it's true or not, 3.94 lakh employees were added to the banks. I didn't know that. I'm surprised. That's a large number. But anyway, it's verifiable, therefore I'm sure we can check. That's not the issue. And I don't even know whether we need 3.94 lakh employees in the age of computerization, additional employees. The third thing is, so things of this kind. Now, what is happening is, one side is focusing only on the short-term individual benefits. The other side is thinking that infrastructure and relatively better fiscal management are enough for long-term collective good. Both are missing a central issue of productivity. unless the people are made productive, in a country where productivity is very low, whatever you do, the standard left-right formulations, the right saying that invest more and tax less and have fiscal prudence, all necessary. The left saying give more as welfare and give more salaries, both are missing the real picture of enhancing productivity. That means it requires quality school education to everybody, particularly the poor and underprivileged. It requires quality healthcare without out-of-pocket expenditure to everybody. It requires a way of earning a decent wage with quality of life and dignity of labor for the unorganized, low-skill, low-wage sector. And these three fundamental issues, I think both the formations, left and right, are completely missing. And that's the tragedy of India. Because there's no country on earth like India. There are three numbers which are critical to understand India's economic problems. 45% people even today are dependent on agriculture. There is no major economy where 40% plus are dependent on agriculture. The second one, officially at least, though this figure is contested, 65% people still in rural areas. There's no major economy in the world where more than 50% are still rural. Not single economy. Third one, 85% unorganized sector, eking out a precarious livelihood without a monthly secure wage. There is no economy, major economy in the world, which is anywhere near even 50% unorganized sector. These three are humongous numbers. And all three need to be addressed by quality education, quality healthcare, and some kind of a decentralized development to give the low-skilled, low-wage people a reasonable opportunity for better life. Both sides are missing it. And to my mind, it's a great opportunity squandered, and it's a potential tragedy triggered.
So you always say that you're an optimist, and you say that this is an opportunity. But I remember in one of your, I think one of the strengthening parliamentary sessions in one of the committees, you were talking about it in 2011 about freebies in Tamil Nadu and everything.
I don't remember what I said, but I remember the occasion, yes.
You talked about you talked about freebies then also. You talked about Tamil Nadu, how they were giving out mixer, free TV and mixer grinders and everything. So do you think you have to be a perennial opportunist for that?
So just before you answer that, so when you talk about freebies, free TVs, free mixer grinders, welfare schemes like midday meal have given results, right? Midday meals has so difference between a welfare scheme, which is and versus direct bank transfers. How do we understand? How does the voting people who are voting understand the difference, the fundamental difference between, say, a midday meal scheme?
I think it's a great thing. Let's come to this question first and come to that. It cannot be our case in a poor country that you can ignore short-term individual benefits. First, let's understand that. It has to be balanced. At the very least, you must have a framework in which you don't borrow money to spend today without long-term gain. That is the first part. But that still doesn't address your question. Even within the welfare, to the extent that we can afford the welfare with the framework that I have tried to outline, that you don't borrow to give short-term benefit. What economists call merit goods and non-merit goods. Merit goods. Nobody can argue that nutrition to a child is a bad idea. It's an absolutely vital. In fact, I was very much in the forefront of expanding and extending the midday meal program in the country, in the National Advisory Council. I argued for it along with my other colleagues. So certainly, one, how much welfare? Two, what form of welfare? So the form of welfare should be obviously more to enhance their capacity in the long term. The nutrition, the human development, better living conditions. For instance, if a house is built, for instance, if you improve the drinking water supply, even if it's individual. For instance, if I make that house more livable, I give electricity to the house, or I control mosquitoes, or do something else to make their life better, that is merited. There's no question about it. So I think both must be understood. One, there is no way you can run a democracy, particularly in a poor society, without welfare. It is not welfare versus development. It's a nonsensical approach. And all political parties realized it. BJP in Maharashtra, what have they done? 1, 2, 3, 4 welfare schemes before the election. Only thing is, Some parties are a little more balanced in terms of, the affordability, the debt to GSDP ratio, and development needs and so on and so forth. Some parties seem to be somewhat cavalier about it. The second is what form of welfare. For instance, loan waiver is a bad welfare program. It has negative externalities. It destroys the credit structure, credit discipline. It destroys the incentives to repay. It therefore ultimately impoverishes the farmers. And it punishes the prompt repays. So the whole debt system, credit system is destroyed. So even in welfare, there are some welfare things which are actually good, some really bad, some in between. Now about your question about optimism. When I embarked on this journey as a young man, for instance, I honestly believed any human being can be changed. With evidence and logic, any human being in interaction, in a relationship, because you're honest, she's honest, you're honest, and you express your views, I express my views. If you have better facts, better evidence, and if she has better logic, they'll prevail. I mean, because I thought human beings are computers. Basically, I was an idiot. Now, life taught me that human beings are not computers. I cannot change my own wife, or my wife cannot change me. And certainly, if the both of us cannot change our children, it's a very hard lesson in life. Does it mean that human beings or human societies are impervious to change? No. What it means is, in the short term, only a few individuals, for a variety of reasons, they understand what is in their collective or individual best interest. The rest of them may not always embrace it. But in the long term, human beings have a unique ability unlike any other animal species. Experience teaches them lessons. Not only their experience, others' experience also. Human beings imitate. No other, you see a child growing up, you will realize all human development is about imitation. Animals have to learn themselves. They don't learn from others. We learn from others too. So with experience and your own personal experience, once you realize it is beneficial to you, generationally the change happens. So the difference between optimism and pessimism is pessimists want instant results. Optimists realize in large enterprises, human society, instant results are not possible. Therefore, I factored that in. My optimism factors that in. And eventually I know that our societies embrace what is in our best interest. And I always give the example of Semmelweis. It's a very inspiring story. Semmelweis was a physician in the Austro-Hungarian Empire. He was born in Hungary, moved to Vienna, the seat of the empire. Vienna was, even today, is a great cultural center in Europe. In those days, it was the city in Europe. In 1819, he was born. He discovered, like everybody knew at that time, about 30 to 40% women, pregnant women, were dying after childbirth. With some fever, nobody knew why, how, nobody knew what to do. So it became part of life that women die in pregnancy in large numbers. If you survive, you are lucky. That was the pattern. By empirical observation, not any rational understanding, it was just observation. He didn't understand the causality, because at that time we didn't know why you got fever after pregnancy. We didn't know why you died, because the word infection was not invented. The word bacteria was not invented. Bacteria were not known at that time. That was the backdrop, you must understand. But by observation, he discovered that if you wash your hands properly as a doctor, attending on a woman in labor, doctor and nurses, and before going to the next patient again, you wash your hands properly, suddenly the death rate of women after childbirth is coming down dramatically. From 30-40% came down to 2-3%. Just evidence, empiricism. No logic, no reason. He didn't know. He tried to plead with the doctors in Europe. Doctors whose job it was to save lives. Who are scientists, allegedly, right? You're not talking of ordinary people. You're talking of doctors whose professional job is to save lives, to follow science. By 1830s or 40s, science was there already. By that time, already we had Galileo, we had Newton, we had many other scientists. So, science was not new, while it is not to the level where we are today. None of the doctors accepted his argument. None of the doctors said, this poor man is saying there's evidence, let us try. You may not accept it. Let us try. They branded him insane. They put him in an asylum. In those days, if you're a mad, quote unquote mad, and you're in an asylum, you were tortured. What treatment? Even earlier, during my childhood also, if you're supposed to be mad, they used to beat you up and all kinds of things used to happen. So 200 years ago, you can imagine what happened. He was tortured, he was beaten up, he died of those injuries at the age of 46. That is humanity. But that's not a cause for pessimism. No, optimism comes where? Within 20 years, the world changed. Inspired by Semmelweis, 3 great scientists, they were entirely influenced by Semmelweis' work. Robert Koch, Louis Pasteur, Joseph Lister. The 3 of them, they embraced it, they proved it. They discovered, by the time bacteria were discovered, by the time the causality and how the disease, infectious disease occurred, they were all understood. By the time how to control that was understood, they changed the world. Now you choose. You think of Semmelweis' life as 20-year professional life which failed. You think of humanity as 40-year period which spectacularly succeeded. Which is a better choice? Is it worth fighting to save those 30% women's lives? Or is it worth giving up, saying that no, people don't listen to me when doctors are idiots? Now tell me, should you be an optimist?
Absolutely, sir.
Sir, do you think being called mad is inevitable if you're against the status quo?
I'm hesitant to say yes because truly mad people also are there.
We just talked about Trump.
So, but what I would say is, what are not popularly accepted at a point of time may not always be right. A truly great leader or philosopher must have the capacity to embrace unpopularity. Small or big, mundane or grand issues. Sometimes truth is not always popular, but eventually it will prevail through collective experience. Mahatma Gandhi was a great example. Jesus Christ was a great example. Ultimately, Jesus Christ was crucified because he was not popular, he was mad. The language used might have been different, but he was mad. He said he was God's son. How dare he say he was God's son? And Mahatma Gandhi was shot. And Mahatma Gandhi, there were times when Gandhiji said, no matter what you all say, you're wrong. That requires courage. A true leader does not follow. Now, today in political leadership, votes are all important. Therefore, the leadership is about following the mob, the crowd, rather than persuading the crowd. That's our problem.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that Jesus and Gandhi didn't have elections to lose.
So the challenge is how to persuade, win elections, and yet do the right things. Sometimes you lose elections. Be willing to lose elections. What's the big deal? And it doesn't mean that people who are doing the wrong things are winning elections either. If that is the case, all the fellows offering all freebies at the cost of the state or the country, they must perpetually win the elections. So this is all, see, one of the illusions of power is you think that you never die, and you think that you will be in power until you die. Both are wrong. You definitely die, and most often you're not in power until you die. Take this Assad, Bashar Assad. To me the story is very strange. Bashar Assad is not like his father. He grew up well educated, well spoken. He was not groomed as a successor because his elder brother was there. He went and became a physician. He was trained in Britain, became an ophthalmologist. He never thought of power, and by all accounts, his peers and his friends and colleagues, everybody said a very quiet man, never had any airs, no flaunting or anything, and very hardworking, very genuine, very nice, pleasant fellow. Then, because brother died in an accident, this man was declared as a successor by the father, brought back to Syria and groomed. See what happened. The notion, once you are in power, allow it to get to your head. You think it's permanent. You think you will never die, and you will, until death, you will be in power. An otherwise productive life of Bashar Assad, at a human level, I feel so sorry. He could have been an extremely capable ophthalmologist serving people in Syria or somewhere else, preventing blindness and enhancing human quality of life, having a very productive life. What happened? Why? So this is one of the curses of power. and particularly Indian. Generally, it applies to all people in power. In India in particular, somehow we have this illusion. So by doing wrong things also, we're not going to survive in power. I want this message to go loud and clear. Many people have done wrong things. They have not survived in power either. So anyway, if you don't survive in power for long, you might rather survive in the memory of the people and do the right things.
So, but just take one step before. You talked about balancing between short-term welfare and long-term growth. While parties, when they come to power, they may have 1.5, 2 years of realization that okay, the welfare that we promised, we won't be able to deliver. So let's do something for the growth. But come election time, every every party, the natural tendency is I'll give you this much. Why do the parties feel the need to tell the voter this is what I'm going to give you, and this is the only thing that I'm giving you more than the other ones, so vote for me?
No, this is a special problem in countries like India. Right. I don't say India is the only country, but definitely we are one of the prominent countries with this problem because of spectacular failure of government to deliver the key things. In some respects, we are delivering better. Infrastructure, we're definitely improving today. Nobody in his right mind will say our electricity is not better today, our roads are not better today. Last 20 years, whichever be the party in power, there has been significant improvement. We appreciate that. It should have happened 50 years ago. But okay, better late than never. But the other things that matter, quality education, healthcare, rule of law, decentralized administration and service delivery, we are spectacularly bad. Now, instead of restructuring government, because you're not thought through it carefully, and these are not things where you can go by serendipity or day-to-day lurching from one disaster to another. You must think through, you must have a philosophy of power, of understanding, of governance. They don't have it. They're busy in acquiring power without understanding the purpose of power. Now, when that is the case, when you have failed, your promises that I'll improve tomorrow without a credible roadmap, they are hollow. People don't trust you. Therefore, the only thing people trust is something tangible, right, verifiable, quantifiable. 2,000 rupees come to my account is tangible. And that parties are honoring. See, many people without understanding, they say, no, they're not honoring, they're dishonest. No, they're honoring. These promises of I give you more old age pension, I give you more free rice or free power or free water or free something, these they're honoring happily. Generally speaking. There was a time when they were not honoring them. But last 25, 30 years, if Indian politics has graduated to another level, it is honoring these short-term individual welfare measures. They're being honored very well, by and large. So they understand this is real. The other is illusory because it's not happening. Therefore, unless you restructure the state, decentralize power, improve quality of education delivery and healthcare delivery, and rule of law in a very credible manner, right from day one, not on the third year, fourth year, from day one, and then tell people why, what is required, and how they're going to change it in advance, and then systematically. That's what true politics is. We've given up on that. We think people don't know. Even the well-meaning politicians, they don't understand, they don't care. Somehow you must get power. Therefore, you pay money, you do whatever it takes, you offer freebies, or use caste, other things, get into power. Do what you think is right. I'm talking the best politicians, forget the worst. Do what you think is right. Even here, you can't do much. Employees won't allow you. Some other fellow will not allow you. Within that, we'll see the best we can, and let's see what will happen. It's not good enough. It's dangerous politics in the long term.
So one of the key states in focus last year has been Andhra Pradesh. And on multiple occasions, you've called it a test case for the entire nation. You also risked your people's perception of your neutral image to vote support openly for a bloc. And you also, as an organization, worked on something that you've not worked before, public finances, preserving growth momentum, you called it. So what was happening in AP that led to this, sir?
First of all, about neutrality. None of us is ever neutral. We are impartial. We are without prejudice. But we cannot be neutral on facts and on logic. If a government is driving a country to bankruptcy, another government wants to save from bankruptcy, there cannot be neutrality between the two. It's absurd, nonsense. If a government completely gave up on rule of law, the other government will not deeply committed to that, at least is constrained by some inhibitions. There's no neutrality there. If a government gives up on economic growth, completely think economic growth is a bad word. Only rich people want it. It is not for the people. Another government says, I'm committed to economic growth and delivers it. You can't be neutral. So I want this message to go loud and clear. There cannot be neutrality between two positions when there is a correct answer available. There can be impartiality. I never claimed to be neutral.
Right.
I always said what India needs. And I always said, if this India is what India needs, you do that, then I'm with you on this. You don't do that, I'm not with you on this. On another issue, you do it, I'm with you. You don't do it, I'm against you. So it's not neutrality, it's impartiality, absence of prejudice, and focus on what are the goals. Because we don't understand, we think our duty is between good and evil at a point of time. I'm using these words very loosely. I know it's not good and evil in politics. Everybody is good, everybody is evil. That you can be neutral between the two. You cannot be neutral between good and evil.
Right.
Now the second part. As I said, I often said, twice Andhra Pradesh is falling on its sword to save India. The first time was because of the bad politics played by all the players. The state was divided without the consent of the people. Division of the state is not a problem. A federal system fundamentally is based on a principle that the states are indestructible. If the state can be destroyed without the consent of the people of the state, it's no longer truly federal. That's my argument. And it's entirely the politicians of AP that created the problem. But luckily, thanks to the people of Telangana in particular, it probably will never repeat itself again. Because the major parties will never try to divide a state against the people's consent or against the people's will of the state. The will of the people of the state. AP is the last state. So in a way, Andhra Pradesh people, including Telangana people, saved federalism of India by becoming victims of their own machinations. They fell on their sword. Economically also, they've gone to a level where unsustainable short-term welfare, complete neglect of long-term good and investment, the state, unless we do heroic things with wisdom today and consensus, and for a long time, it will not be solved overnight, the state will be a poster child for economic disaster. And probably the rest of the country will learn a lesson from that. My argument is you can learn that lesson without such a disaster happening. Right. It looks like Andhra Pradesh may well go through that disaster, or will the establishment have the wisdom to now understand the crisis and come out of it systematically over time and minimize the price to be paid? We have to wait and see. But my broader sense is the greatest proximate danger, there are many others we discussed, education, healthcare, decentralization, rule of law, small towns, etc. But the greatest proximate danger to the country's economic growth and the people's fortunes is the fiscal management or mismanagement in the country. If you get into serious debt, if debt servicing takes away 40-50% of your total revenues, and if you are borrowing heavily to meet the day-to-day obligations without an investment in the future, and if education, healthcare are neglected, if infrastructure is in disrepair, if investment does not flow in, and if you discourage entrepreneurship, you are inviting a disaster. And several states are now in that path. Andhra Pradesh is probably in the worst case scenario right now, but other states are not far behind. Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, maybe the current government there, a little more fiscally responsible, may try and undo that damage. Then West Bengal, Kerala, and several states in varying degrees are in this path. And even well-functioning states are getting themselves mired in this quagmire because of the short-term desire to appease the electorate at the cost of the long-term good, state after state. We cannot afford that. So AP could well be a poster child, a test case for the country.
Sir, is there any mantra for prudent fiscal management by any state or any union?
Neither for an individual, nor for a family, nor for a company, nor for the country, there is no mantra. Limit your day-to-day expenditure to your income. Save some money if you can, invest wisely in the future. Use borrowed money only for the future income generating sources and investment and asset building. And whatever you spend wisely, honestly, the right way. There is no other formula. It applies to individual, it applies to the country. So what is the mantra that we can give? You simply borrow recklessly, and then you spend that money corruptly and very lavishly. You squander the money, and then you complain. There is no answer. We have to come back to our senses. There are universal principles of fiscal management. Every religion taught us that. Every religion said thrift is a very important thing. Our families behave on that basis. India, despite its poverty, across the castes and religions and regions, what is remarkable about our country is we always live for our children. We never leave a debt for our children, not deliberately at least. And we always are frugal. If I have 10,000 rupees per month, I spend 9,000 rupees. I somehow will minimize my wants. I will save 1,000 for my children. That will keep growing. That is our approach. If I borrow, I'll borrow. I buy a house or a house site or something else. That's our approach. And that Indian approach is what saved this country, not the governments, not politics. Our politics are now destroying the country because they're not following Indian society's basic approach. So we have to go back to our society's roots, that we live for our children, we invest for our children, we are frugal, we don't squander money.
So in the context of fiscal prudence, I think we should also talk about fiscal federalism. Many well-performing states are unhappy with the Finance Commission's devolution criteria, especially southern states. They are contributing more but receiving less. So many states such as Telangana, Karnataka, West Bengal and Gujarat are asking for a 50% devolution rather than the present 42%. And Tamil Nadu wants new criteria such as level of urbanization, in horizontal devolution. Telangana wants states to be able to tailor their contribution to centrally sponsored schemes. So what do you think of this?
I'm a great decentralizer. My whole work and life, my philosophy about decentralization. Therefore, generally, the more at the local level is welcome. Let me first state my bias. But let's now come to the specifics of our case. First of all, the notion that southern states are giving a lot more than the rest of India, we are getting less, is not entirely true. Western India is giving much more and getting much less. Maharashtra and Gujarat are contributing a lot more to national kitty than the southern states. And they are not complaining. So it's more political than factual. 2. You used in the same sentence 2 expressions. The developed southern states are complaining that they are not getting. Developed, they are not getting. So, there is a contradiction in terms. If you extend this principle, every city has surpluses in government revenues. If Hyderabad alone is taken, Hyderabad, what the government gets from Hyderabad, what the government spends on Hyderabad, there is a huge surplus. That applies to Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, every city in the country. Now, you must then say, the surplus of Hyderabad must only go to Hyderabad city. Cannot go to Karimnagar or Husnabad or Adilabad or Nalgonda. In Karimnagar district, Karimnagar town or city would relatively have a huge surplus. So that must mean money should be utilized only in Karimnagar. It must not go to a taluk center or a village. Now, if you extend this principle in perpetuity, you are guaranteeing absolute inequality and underdevelopment everywhere. It's a wrong notion. 3rd, it is wrong to believe that we are only getting 40 or 41% of the tax revenues. That's only Finance Commission devolution. If you actually see the totality of union government's budget, and there is no secret here, I'm not revealing any secret facts. You just Google, go into the original document of the Indian government's budget last year, year before last, and this year. This year, for instance, if my facts are right, I may be wrong by a decimal point, not much more, about 35 lakh crores is the total revenues of Government of India. Not borrowings, revenues of Government of India. Of that, 23.74 lakh crores, if I'm not mistaken, you just can verify, is going to states in some form or the other. About a little more than half of it is Finance Commission devolution. But centrally sponsored schemes, certain other statutory programs like Employment Guarantee Act, and then practically free money, interest free, to be repaid in 50 years is free money. Give me interest free, 10,000 crores I'll take. I can't afford even 10 lakh rupees now. But 10,000 crores you give me, I'll take 50 years interest free. It is free money you have given me. For investments, etc. If you take all that together, it's 23.74 lakh crores. On 35 lakh crores, 23.74 or 21.74?
22, I think, sir.
Maybe 21.74. So 60% plus 65% is going to states. So it's wrong. And finally, India is one economy, one market. Maharashtra is flourishing, Gujarat is flourishing, Tamil Nadu is flourishing, Karnataka is flourishing, Telangana wants to flourish. I can't say we're flourishing because we're trying to undermine ourselves right now. Because we have a common market for 145 crores. If we are limited to our own borders, our economies will not flourish. So unless those regions also flourish, we won't have a market. And they are meeting our collective needs for national defense and other things. If we are divided into 50 countries, each of us wants infrastructure to have the national infrastructure, like defense, etc., we destroy ourselves. So at least to a certain level, the benchmarks, unless they also come to a level where their productivity goes up, their ability to purchase goes up, we'll be dead. And finally, when we have a shortage of labor, where are the people coming from? They're coming from Bihar. They're coming from the poor states of India. We are one market. And if you don't give them a chance, if you don't give ourselves a chance, together we guarantee that there is destruction. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. So it's not a zero-sum game. It's a win-win solution. Yes, some renegotiation is required. Political arrangements have to be improved, and constant efforts are made. Our Finance Commission, in my judgment, has done a fantastic job over the years. One of the great successes of India is fiscal federalism. The Finance Commission, independent body, constitutional sanctity, and voluntarily every government of every persuasion embraced the Finance Commission recommendations without any demur. It's not mandatory, it's the government's choice, the parliament's choice, but every Finance Commission's recommendation is embraced finally, accepted in terms of the union state finances. And the states that are not transferring money to the local governments, and this is the final point I want to make, states want all money from here, take all money from the local government, local people, suck it up, take all money from Delhi, and then spend as they please, completely drying up the local governments. In China, more than 50% of the total expenditure of the government is in local governments. In India, 3%. If you make it 33% in local governments and then say, Delhi must give more, I will be the first one to hold the flag. If they spend 3%, union government is spending 35%, you are spending 62%, including borrowings. I'm taking totality of the expenditure. You have no case at all. You have no case at all. So it's very easy for us to take a position. I want Andhra to prosper. I want Telangana to prosper. I want Telugu people's language to be recognized as the greatest language on planet Earth. I want my city to, it's very easy to be popular. Once I take a case that I want my own geography, my own ward, my own city to flourish, who will say no to it? You're hugely popular. It's a zero-sum game approach.
So before we move ahead on just on what Ankit was asking.
Just one second. 23.5 lakh crores.
23 points.
Yes.
So, I'm right. Out of 35 lakh.
Yeah.
In terms of states' fiscal crisis, it's very much possible that one government might have to manage the mess that the previous government made.
Will have to, not might have to.
So how do you, because in politics, when you know that state is perpetual, people in power, parties in power might change, state is going to remain. How do you then spread this message across the political spectrum? Ki, look, you cannot mess with the state. You might be in power today, I might be in power tomorrow, but the state has to remain.
Great question, Aditya. It's a tough question. I think there are only two things I can think of. One is, make it as non-political as possible. Everything cannot be entirely non-political. We're a political being. But Finance Commission, by and large, non-political. Supreme Court, non-political by and large. And some people argue, on this case, you've taken this standard, but generally speaking. So even the regulations or rules regarding the fiscal management, take it above politics and don't make it contextual. Don't make it related to this state or that state. Irrespective of the state, there are certain general rules with some flexibility embedded in that. Then to that extent, it will be possible over a period of time. Second is, let there be more honest discussion. Take Andhra Pradesh right now. We must honestly tell the people what is the situation now. We are underestimating the people. Treat them as adults. Treat them as adults, respect them. I'm not saying every human being knows the difference between 1 lakh and 1 crore. I'm saying a significant number will understand. They have enough common sense. And if you're otherwise credible, you're not a corrupt scum of humanity. If you're otherwise concerned about the people, they trust you. That's what political capital is about. That's what credibility is about. Unless we have an honest conversation with the people, talk about, we're talking of all the numbers. You can verify. If you tell me, Dr. JP, you're talking rubbish, this is not right, states are not getting 23 lakh crores, yes, please, correct me. I'll be happy to be corrected. But let's understand. Let's not take a small little segment and then magnify it and lie to people and then pretend and then create a mythology around that. That doesn't help. An honest and open conversation, and don't get angry or don't blame the other people as enemies of the people. No, we are all well-meaning. We have our own perspectives. Let us honestly have a conversation, respectful, correct each other. And to have rules in a manner that, as far as practicable, they are above politics. These are the only two ways. And we are not doing it enough. And I think people of India are reasonably common sense. They understand. Trust them. We have, just as the people have mistrust of politicians, the politicians have tremendous mistrust of people in this country. I'm not a romantic about democracy. I know democracy is flawed. It's not perfect. But that's the instrument we have. We only can make it better by negotiating, by discussing, by honestly placing before the people the facts and leaving it there. Sometimes people err, so be it. And let them pay the price. And the third is decentralize as much as we can. Supposing local governments are many more and they are actually in charge of welfare. Some of them become profligate and mess up. The price of that misgovernance is not felt by the rest of the people. So people quickly learn. Now what we are doing is by centralizing power, particularly at the state level, because centralizing means union government. No, there is no real power in the union government. Whether Modi is there or somebody is there, it's all a mythology. It's all about television camera, but real governance is now in states. We centralize so much that the mistakes of the state government are visited upon the whole state. If you localize much more, much of the expenditure, if they mess up, and that city has gone down, that district has gone down, others will learn much faster. I think these are the three principles.
In the beginning, you talked about the great demographic challenge that the world is in. And also, many leaders are worried about the same thing. Chandrababu Naidu has urged people to have more than 2 children. This is what he said, sir, in a public speech the other day. Many years ago, I urged you people not to have children, to bring down the population. And you've successfully implemented that in 10 years. And now I'm asking you to have more children. Because if you don't have more children, the total fertility rate will fall down. And then we won't have anybody in the workforce. Our parliamentary seats will come down. We won't have any say in the national government. So this is how many South Indian states feel.
Likita, I understand that from Mr. Mohan Bhagavat, the Sarsang Chalak of RSS also said something similar the other day. I understand Mr. Stalin also made a similar argument.
Having 16 children.
Oh, I see.
But it was a rhetorical statement.
Okay.
He was not exactly asked.
Okay. I feel very sad and disappointed. Let me be very honest about this. We have not even grappled with a poor society's problems of overpopulation and poverty and inadequate fulfillment of human potential. Actually, no fulfillment of human potential. And we are trying to grapple with the challenges of a France or an Austria or a Germany or a South Korea. Let's look at the facts. We have today, depending on the state you're talking about, 60-65% people below 35 years of age. In some pockets, maybe 55, 58. At one stage, we used to say 65% or something. Most of these people, their potential is unfulfilled because educationally, we are among the worst in the world. They have no earning capacity, they have no productivity, they have no skills. And even those with a smattering of education, it's only a smattering because a university degree in most cases in India is not education. Even those are now desperately looking for jobs, and most of politics is now deflected and deviated by this desire of the young people to get a government job or something. In a country like this, to talk about lack of human resources and therefore you have to have more children because where are the workers? Are you on Mars or on planet Earth? It is an absurd argument. You look at foreign magazines and some foreign scholars and they talk about the problems of the rich countries where fertility has come down dramatically, or Eastern Europe, for instance, Russia and other countries. Now there are countries like South Korea where the fertility, I'm told, is about 0.8 or 0.78 or something. Japan has the same problem too. And of course, China is close to 1 or 1.1. You're not there. You are not in a situation of scarcity of labor. You're in a situation of scarcity of employment. And you have not fulfilled human potential even in passing, even in part. And two, we are one country. There are large chunks of India, the most populous parts of India, where the fertility still is much too high. In Bihar, it's now still 3.1 or maybe 2.9 latest. In UP, it's close to, I think, 2.6 or 2.5, if I'm not mistaken. Sure, every part of India, luckily, is demographically doing the right things. Right in my judgment, not in the judgment of Mr. Chandrababu Naidu, because there is a decline in fertility in every part of the country, because that's really, I believe that's necessary. Maybe till another 10, 15 years, almost every region of India will be below 2.1. And country itself is now a little below 2.1 or at 2.1. So it's a right trend. But we are not at a place where, my God, where are the workers to fulfill our needs? We are at a place where, my God, where are the jobs to give these kids a chance in life? So our goal is how to educate and how to give real skills, how to build the economy, how to employ them productively, and not worry about shortage of labor, because if indeed there is a shortage of
Sir, in much more real terms, I think their bigger concern is with losing parliamentary seats. So after the next census and then delimitation after that, if the total number of parliamentary seats increases, then the southern states' share of the parliamentary seats will come down. If the same number of parliamentary seats are redistributed, then they will lose their seats. So would that be a loss of political voice at the national level?
Before going into the political things, let me connect the earlier discussion with this. If migration really takes place the way it should, the deficit of human resource here, there's surplus there, migration should happen. Part of the problem is that United States does not see equal growth rates of population or equal fertility across the whole US. But you don't feel this because the migration is taking care of the challenges. Wherever a part of the country is economically more progressive, job creator, and better homes and more homes available and affordable schooling and good quality healthcare and so on and so forth, people are moving in flocks. So that itself will address the complex political challenge of representation of democracy. And because we're not making that happen on a scale that's necessary, because we're not creating conditions conducive anywhere, and therefore migration is taking place but not the way it should. But to go back to the political issue, as we all know, in 1975-76, the 42nd Amendment, well-meaning, the amendment itself is evil. This particular part was not an evil intent, it was well-intentioned. The universal acclaim. They said we'll freeze the constituencies in each state, number of Lok Sabha constituencies, based on 1971 population for 25 years. It so happened that 25 years later, I was playing some role in this. Mr. Caste Census, the former Secretary Government of India, and I, we mobilized the political opinion across the country, not public opinion, basically the political opinion across the country. We had a national round table. We involved the whole election commission, all the state election commissions, the government, etc., and persuaded them that, look, kick the ball down the road. Let's buy another 25 years instead of opening up the can of worms. They all agreed. At that time, we thought 25 years is a long time. It so happens 25 years is a pretty short time. Now 25 years is not coming again. I remember vividly 2001, 2002, how much work we have done at that time. So because we postponed it for too long, the regional diversity of population and the mismatch between the number of MPs representing the state and the population of the state became even more pronounced. One day or other, we have to deal with that. Now, universal franchise, one person, one vote, and everybody's vote being valued equally are the basic principles of democracy. I cannot say I like the basic principles of democracy if my caste or my region or my religion benefits, and I reject them if my region, my caste, my religion does not benefit. I know it's not easy. I respect the sentiments and the concerns, but we must stick to a principle. So as a principle, there's nothing wrong in saying that, look, now if the population is X, then X must have, in proportion to population, the number of seats is not an unreasonable proposition. First, let's understand this, start with that, and then see how to figure out the political complexities and find a formula. Now, what is our concern of the numbers in parliament? In reality, do numbers in parliament really matter? How many times have we seen actual voting in parliament on any legislation? The fear is that if we don't have numbers, we will be discriminated against. Essentially in three ways. One is money transfers, union to states. The second is development projects wherever the union government has a say. Kerala always used to complain that all the public sector are in Hyderabad or some other place, but not in Kerala. For long in Kerala, that was the debate. The third is, will they do something else culturally or linguistically, like an imposition of a language on us, or something that's inimical to our interest? These are the three broad areas. Supposing we create a framework where a transfer of resources is independent of this, and by and large we have an independent and non-partisan process, finance commission, etc. And even the little politics, we try to take it out of it and have a formula-based approach, which is fair and equitable. There will be always negotiation. In division of property, even within a family, all members never agree it's all fair. We always complain that the parents are favorable to X, Y, Z, and there's favoritism. That's human nature. But on the whole, it's something that we can live with. Supposing there are absolute ironclad guarantees in the long term that no matter what, some of the basics of Indian federalism, for instance, language, will never be imposed on any part of the country. And supposing in extreme situations, just like under Article 368, we have three kinds of constitutional amendments. Some amendments, I don't know if some people are aware, can be affected by a simple majority. If legislative council composition is to be changed, already the constitution provides for varying levels of support required to amend the constitution. Most of the important provisions under Article 368, you require 2/3 majority of both houses of parliament and the majority of states approval. Some you require only parliament 2/3 majority. Some you require only a simple majority in parliament. Like for instance, legislative councils, if you want to change the composition in a state or all the states, by a simple law of parliament, you can change it. Now, for instance, you create another mechanism by which not less than X number of states or X percentage of states, let the political consensus decide what it is. Their consent is required. Apart from your majority in parliament, or even 3/4 or 4/5 majority in parliament on fundamental issues like language, will you impose language or something like that, or affecting the federal system of the country, we can create that kind of model also. So basically what I'm saying is, you can have one person, one vote system, each person having equal representation and representation in proportion to population, and you can yet create a framework in which the numbers in the legislature, in the parliament, do not determine the political outcomes in terms of fund transfer or in terms of renegotiation of the federal relationships or in terms of imposition of language. So some kind of a formula has to be worked out where the interests of the country, interests of various regions and federalism, and of course the fundamentals of democracy, they are all together. Unfortunately, in a highly politicized partisan environment, we're not interested in a creative solution. We want to create a gadar. We want to create an issue for political gain. I think these are very dangerous issues. We're playing with fire. Religion, language, or this kind of, South versus North region, etc. are very dangerous issues. Therefore, parties would do well to bury the hatchet and then come out with a principled approach which actually addresses the real concerns.
Sir, Shashi Tharoor gives a solution for this. So he says that even if the number of parliamentary Lok Sabha seats increase for certain states, in the Rajya Sabha there must be a constitutional amendment to change the structure. So like the US Senate, he wants either every state to have the same number of seats, or well-performing states must be given a certain weightage, even though their population is smaller, because they're contributing more to Indian economy, they must be given extra weightage in the Rajya Sabha.
No, there are a number of approaches which can address the challenges if there's goodwill on all sides. First, there must be mutual trust and goodwill, and there must be some degree of willingness to concede, to compromise. You can't say my way or highway. And every formula has its upside and downside. For instance, Shashi Tharoor's formula in the United States, because it's really a federation formed by the states, at least initially the 13 Commonwealths are states, and the architecture is based on states owning the federal government. That was possible and necessary. Now in India, we created far too many small states. Sikkim, Nagaland, Mizoram, Arunachal Pradesh. No, populations are smaller than a taluk in the rest of India. So to be able to do that is going to be difficult. Can you create two categories of states? Major states and minor states? Now what will happen? I don't know. So we have to think through carefully. But ultimately, don't worry about the formula. Worry about the outcome you're seeking. So what I'm trying to project is, if the issue is that financially you will not be worse off because of numbers, if the issue is Government of India's development projects will not be discriminatory approach because of numbers, if the issue is that your interest in a fundamental sense of language and federalism will not be ignored because of numbers, let's find a way to address these three concerns. Any formula which addresses the concerns is okay, but ultimately consensus is required. If we sit together, there's no dearth of creativity in this country.
So, talking about consensus, coming to one sort of a voice that represents everybody, federalism. One nation election has been a hot topic this year, right? Now, let's broadly understand one nation election. It will take some time for me to frame the questions as well. There is an IDFC study that says that if one nation, one election happens, there is a 77% chance of the voters voting for the same party, right? It requires a minimum of 5 constitutional amendments, a minimum, and it could extend up to 18 constitutional amendments. Where do you see the purpose of this? How do you see the implementation of it? And do you think it's actually a feasible solution? Is it a solution seeking a problem, first of all?
Let me address the last point. Emphatically, yes. It does not solve any problem of India. It's a solution in search of a problem. Because what is the central problem of Indian politics? Let's be truthful. Our elections are robust, noisy, vigorous, loud, celebratory. Most of the time, most of the people don't even know what they're voting for. I'm being utterly truthful. Very often, people don't know how to distinguish between what a local government does, what a state does, what the union government does. And oftentimes, the 77% you're saying voting uniformly, I'm almost 100% certain that most of the 77 are basing their political judgment on their perception of how the state government of the state is performing. Because for the most of the people, state government is the unit of governance, because that's what touches you. Most of the subjects that are touching your life, your education, healthcare, your roads, law and order, justice, parks, traffic, almost anything that you look at is state-centric in India. That's one of the paradoxes of India. At least initially all the power and resources were at the union level. It's no longer true. And all the issues that affect people's lives are at the state level. That's one of the paradoxes of India. And therefore, based on the judgment of they like that leader I don't think they even look at the government. They like that leader. They vote for the same party across the board. No, that's not a good democracy. Local government's functions are different from states' functions, are different from union functions. There is no one uniform political entity in India. That is the idea of federalism. In effect, our elections today are anti-federal. Outcomes, our behavior is anti-federal without knowing. So what is our goal? Increasing clarity of which government does what. Unless there's a link between what I do by way of a vote and what I get by way of the consequences in my mind, unless it's clear and unless that is conforming to the reality, our elections become symbolic. Now, combining this further complicates the situation because you're forcibly making sure that the people only vote for that one party on that day. Whereas today, at least when there's separate election, what's happening is there is some amount of discrimination between the state's role and the union role. Time and again, you have seen Maharashtra a few months ago, you have seen BJP losing badly in the state election, in the Lok Sabha election. Now, just a few weeks ago, in the assembly election, BJP and his allies split the election. You take Karnataka, you take Telangana, BJP lost earlier in the parliament election, whereas in the assembly election now, BJP won hands down in Karnataka. Half the seats they won in Lok Sabha election in Telangana, BJP won. So at least there is some possibility of separating in the people's minds. You are closing that opportunity. And as you said rightly, 5 amendments. And then 2/3 majority in the parliament where if a party says sun rises in the east, others will stand up and say we protest. Sun actually rises in the west. And that's where we are right now. So it's impossible. What I appeal to the political parties is the great humility I am saying this. I don't mean to offend anybody. There are 2 ways of addressing public policy issues. One is you gather evidence, you apply logic, come to conclusions. The other is you conclude first and then try to find evidence and try to invent arguments. This is a case where you concluded first, you are trying to find evidence and you are trying to make arguments. One argument made is that so much of money is spent. True, there is no doubt about it. So much of money is spent. But there are states where elections are held simultaneously. Andhra Pradesh, even recently, Lok Sabha Assembly were held simultaneously. Odisha held simultaneously. Telangana until last election held simultaneously. There is no evidence to show that the governance in these states is any better than any other state. Instead of addressing why so much money is spent in elections, and how do you eliminate the role of illegitimate, unaccounted money in elections and therefore electoral system change, you're trying to find a technical fix. That does not help at all. That does not help at all. And if the same political capital is invested in looking at the larger systemic problem and governance challenges and how to improve them, there are many elegant ways. We can look at many answers. There's no one answer. We can all discuss, we can debate. There's no point of my saying this is the answer. Somebody else will find fault with that. But I am arguing that there are answers. But first of all, answers are required. None of the fundamental problems to which answers are required, they are addressed by this. The fundamental problems of politics are A, illegitimate money power in politics leading to corruption and misgovernance. B, day-to-day interference in administrative decisions where policy should be political, execution should be non-partisan. But today is exact reversal. C, there's no rule of law in the country. D, there's high degree of centralization. Local governments are innervated irrespective of which party except in the state of Kerala. And therefore people don't have any idea of what's happening. D, service delivery is appallingly bad. Education, healthcare in particular, poverty is perpetuated. E, freebies are gaining ground at the cost of long-term economic growth of the country. Tell me which problem is addressed by this? So my appeal is don't go by emotions and sentiments and slogans. Think carefully. Yes, problems are real. The solutions also must be real and addressing the problems rather than a solution going in search of a problem.
So in terms of expenditure as well, I forget the year, but this was a report by the Election Commission itself, where it said that it was spending on an average 5 rupees per year per voter. So looking at the population of India, critics have said this is not a very big sort of an, it's not going overboard as well.
I agree. Election Commission, the latest reports, if I'm not mistaken, about 8,000, 9,000 crores for the Lok Sabha election. It used to be 50 crores, by the way. So even election commission also, the bureaucracy also is overspending now. I remember I conducted the election for the assembly, 1.5 lakh rupees. The total cost was 1.5 lakh. And I could have saved another 10,000 rupees. I'm really saying that. I conducted that election. 83, I'm talking about. 84, for the Lok Sabha election, roughly same thing multiplied by the number of assembly constituencies. From there, the bureaucracy also became reckless because they realized elections means no dearth of funds. So they became also quite profligate. Whatever it is, 8,000 crores expenditure or 9,000 crores expenditure, I want all of us to pause and reflect. Do you know what is the daily expenditure of governments in India? One day's expenditure of governments in India? 20,000 crore rupees. Let me repeat, 20,000 crore rupees. We are approaching 1,000 crore rupees an hour, day and night, Sunday and holiday and festival included. So yes, 8,000 crores is a lot of money. I understand money. I'm very frugal in personal life and in public affairs. But to think that half a day's expenditure of the governments is so incredibly important when there are no benefits really, and it is impossible, when there's no political consensus possible, and you achieve nothing of substance, that's not very wise argument. So that cost will be saved always is a good argument in general, but in this case, it does not have much left to stand upon.
Speaking of going in search of problems that don't exist, Bihar recently took up the caste census exercise, and then the Congress party soon took it up as a political pet project of it. Rahul Gandhi calls it an X-ray of Indian society. And even in Hyderabad here, they put up a hoarding, the Congress party workers put up a hoarding saying, we love you, Rahul Gandhi, for conducting the caste census. So do you think sociological exercise such as a caste census is being overly politicized?
The answer is self-evident. Your question answers itself. It is overly politicized by the examples you gave. But the more important question is, does it serve a purpose? Of course, politics is about politicization. We should not blame them. The poor chaps have to go to the people and somehow appeal to the people and get the support. So we should not begrudge them. But is it serving the purpose that we intend? If the idea is to promote equality of opportunity, and that nobody can deny, that's a worthy goal. The idea is promote egalitarianism in the true sense of the term. The idea is ensuring that they get what they deserve in terms of education, healthcare, and opportunity. In what way is caste census promoting those? I don't think any coherent answer has so far come. Because A, I want it to be clearly understood, caste census has nothing to do with reservation. There is a consensus in the country that there should be reservation. There is a consensus that broadly backwardness, discrimination and caste, they come together. Therefore, it must be broadly caste-based reservation. C, because of the constitutional injunction that A, there is an imperative of efficiency, B, there is need for equitable opportunity. You can't have one against the other. You have to reconcile both. Therefore, the Supreme Court said 50% cap, which by any standard, a reasonable person tells you, 50% of seats reserved in education or employment is not unreasonable. Anything too far above 50% is excessive. Anything too far below 50% in a country with so much of inequality is perhaps too little. So any number is arbitrary, but this is as good as any number. These three are now the realities of Indian politics. This will never change no matter what caste census reveals. Caste census is about the numbers in the collective for political mobilization. Reservation is about the individual entitlement on the basis of social backwardness and, in case of backward class, economic backwardness, because there's a creamy layer concept. So it doesn't affect citizens at all in terms of welfare or reservation. So it is basically for political mobilization in the face of political bankruptcy. Parties have lost the capacity to articulate an agenda which is meaningful and mobilize people on the basis of that. Caste became the sole basis of mobilization. And this is just a ruse. And where they conducted caste census, please show me evidence how that's making a difference to people's lives. Bihar did it. In what way has Bihar backward class people, scheduled caste people, scheduled tribe people benefited significantly more than earlier because of the census? Show me evidence. Karnataka conducted, report is not even revealed. Show me evidence of what happened. So this is a political slogan, hoping that somehow it will catch fire, but there's no evidence of even that happening.
So the argument is that all the data that we have on caste is outdated. So a census would help us better target reservation benefits, welfare schemes, and government policies.
Again, you are targeting individuals based on certification. Therefore, your census is not determining, suppose they come to you or me. Supposing I claim to be something, a certain caste, which deserves that extra reservation or whatever. Now, your census is no certification at all. It does not confer on me any further benefit. Therefore, that argument fails, number one. Number two, collectively, there is a 50% cap. Are you saying there should be no cap? Then what about imperatives of efficiency? What about imperatives of competition and aspiration in a society? And finally, there is no child that I can think of who would want to be remembered, recognized, and identified or defined as belonging to a caste. What kind of a society do you aspire for? No matter where you are born, you may be rural, we're all born in different circumstances. I was brought up in a village, born in a town, in a hospital, but brought up in a village. I went to a village school. Somebody else was brought up in a big city. Somebody else in a rich family. Somebody in a middle class farmer's family. Somebody in a poor family. You and I cannot choose our parentage. But what is our dream, individually and collectively? That my birth will not make a difference to my identity in life. That I will not be branded as belonging to this village or this caste or this family alone. My identity is what I make of it. Do you want to build that kind of a world, or you want to brand everybody as belonging to that caste forever in life? What is your aspiration as a society? Your egalitarian aspiration of allowing children to grow without distinction of caste, region, religion is completely contradictory to permanent branding of people on the basis of that. Yes, caste is necessary because unfortunately in Indian history and culture, caste and backwardness came together. It's a fact. But therefore I perpetuate caste tag as a way of eliminating caste discrimination is a very funny argument, illogical argument. I find it very offensive. How can you identify the kid as a kid belonging to this caste? Only that. There's no other identity for a human being. Your excellence, your hard work, your talent, they don't matter at all. What are we saying? So at a deeper level, it's a terrible argument in my view.
So, but within these categories or reserve categories, there are some groups that have benefited more from reservation, even historically, and some groups that have been dominated. So, the argument is that a caste census would allow us to remove the groups that have already gotten the benefits of reservation.
The need is there, but the evidence of this happening through caste census is zero. That's exactly why we have judicial commissions to go into castes. Which caste to be included? Why? Which caste to be excluded? Why? Unfortunately, in India, we are including, not excluding, because politically it's convenient to include. Now we have all the so-called dominant castes, quote unquote. In a poor country, every caste feels somewhat discriminated by global standards, if you compare yourself with Europe and America. But within the country, the Patels of Gujarat, the Marathas of Maharashtra, or the Lingayats and Vokaligas of Karnataka, or the Reddis, the Kapus, the Kammas, and the Rajus and Velamas of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, or the Thakurs of UP, or the Jats of northern India, by any standard, by Indian standard in comparison, they are better off. Except perhaps in the Telugu states. In almost all other states, almost all these communities are fighting for reservation. So in what way are you really helping the cause? That argument is completely flawed. There is a way of doing it through an independent process with the mediation of the judicial officers who bring some measure of impartiality and fairness and sobriety in judgment. So politically driven census, if anything, in every state, politics actually messed up further. It is the political parties and political factions that have promoted the agitations of these leading communities for reservation. Now, for them to tell me that they are going to solve the problem by caste census, which is so politicized, it is not a very credible argument.
So,
Oh, sorry, one second. Even for judicial committees to do what they're supposed to do, they need some data. So do you think...
Therefore, let them do it. They are doing it now. From time to time, castes are included, castes are deleted. There's a backward class commission. For instance, SC classification, now Supreme Court has approved. Again, you can't simply classify as you please. There's supposed to be evidence, data gathering, impartial collection. So there's a process. If the process is not good enough, we'll make it better. So it's not that there is no process. A chief minister cannot say, all right, henceforth I decide the following caste will be backward classes. No. I mean, they want to do it, but they cannot, mercifully. So there's a process. You can't have a mass people. They came to my home the other day. So they sit with me. I declined. That's a different matter. I said, get out. No, thank you. I'm not interested. Because nobody can force me to give answers. Caste census, people in India think anybody from government comes, we're all their servants and we have to follow. Nothing of the kind. You don't have to give any information. You can tell them, no, thank you. I'm not interested. But that apart, suppose they sit with me. 5 minutes they sit with me. Who are the members of your family? What is your caste or some other idiotic thing? And then they go back and they decide. What do they know? How do they know? And what is the veracity of my information? So it's laughable to say caste census solves any of these problems. None of the problems is solved by that. It has to be by independent, randomly sampled, proper scientific investigation that you can come to a conclusion about caste groups and their backwardness.
So I just want to provoke on the caste census again. So for example, the Bihar caste census, it specified that certain group of people own certain amount of wealth in Bihar, right? And there was no numerical evidence to show that before the census. Once the census happened, it sort of showed that the upper caste in Bihar own a lot of wealth compared to the lower castes, right? There was no evidence. You could claim that, but there was no scientific evidence. Sociologists have been claiming that for any study on caste, right, we need the data as to what percentage of wealth a certain caste owns, right? What percentage of, for example, in Bihar caste census, the questions were like, do you own a refrigerator? Do you have a fridge? Do you have an AC at your home? And all of those questions, right? So of course, there's not a solution. But the social scientists have been claiming that the solution can only be based on such numerical evidence, which you don't have as of now.
Aditya, there is a constitutionally valid, legally valid, universally accepted process called census for that purpose. Has any human being on earth opposed census? Do that. Census is supposed to gather every family's details, your education, your family's assets, your income, other things. There's already a process which is non-controversial, non-partisan, beyond caste. Do that. And two, you know that it's good for understanding in what way has it really reshaped anything. Census data, properly collected, properly analyzed, is a good source of policy. But that's about it. There's no dearth of it. And you do better census, I'm all for it. Do better data gathering. But caste as a basis, promoting caste consciousness and saying that by measuring the number of people in a caste, I'm solving the problems of India forever, is a very dangerous, delusional, deceptive argument.
So do you think then caste could be a category within the general census?
General census already SC, ST, even BC. I think BC also is collected if a minority anyway comes.
Minority comes.
I have no problem with that. But any process that politicizes it overtly and makes you identify yourself as a member of the caste rather than a human being or a citizen of India is fundamentally detrimental to national unity and individual dignity. I'm offended by that. I don't like, if anybody asks me what is your caste all my life, I get shivers. I find it utterly offensive. It's my misfortune that you and I are born to a family. It's their misfortune that they're identified with a certain caste in endogamous marriages in our country largely. And you're now forcing people to remember that identity forever and live up to it or live down to it. It's a ridiculous thing. And in a country where we want people to marry for love, people to forget caste when it comes to personal life, what is the signal we are sending to people? Do you want to live in a future world where you determine what is your happiness independent of the caste? Or you want to be mired in caste forever as for centuries we are mired? My option is very clear. I think most young people of India, they are very clear in their minds. If they understand it, what it means, if they think through it, I think none of them want to be identified by caste.
So, but rightfully so, and in hoping for a world where there is no caste, but the reality of the Indian country, India is that caste exists, right?
No,
Specifically,
we already granted that caste-based reservations are necessary in India. That's a separate issue. This has nothing to do with that.
yes. So we're not touching reservation as an issue right here with this. We are saying that, so for example, the crimes against Dalits, for example, have been on a, if not rising, have been constant, right? Especially in areas like North, Haryana for that matter, because of the land ownership of the Jats. Right?
We know the number of Dalits precisely. Census gives you accurate information. Legally, it is covered. And the reservations go in proportion to the Dalit population. And there are laws to address this challenge, Civil Rights Act, etc. So what is the extra you want to do through this?
So,
By this census, tell me this one more thing is possible, which is not possible otherwise, then I'll consider. Show me one thing. Nothing. You are giving general arguments about caste and discrimination. You are not giving any argument in favor of caste census. These are two different things. There is the constitution and the polity and the society have recognized caste discrimination. Therefore, we made adjustments according to that. What is the extra you're bringing to the table except division and hatred and anger? That's the point I'm making.
So again, with the caste census issue in mind, the Supreme Court gave a verdict recently about sub-categorization of scheduled castes. So this means it allows a quota within a quota. What does it mean?
Likita, there's nothing new. Backward classes in all of the South, there's a quota within quota. Andhra Pradesh, Telangana have 4 categories of backward classes. BCA, occupational backward classes generally associated with poverty. BCB, not that poor but not very entirely occupational. BCC, scheduled caste converted Christians. BCD, amorphous group of other communities. Universally accepted. Northern India, because BC reservations are new, they haven't yet done it. So there's nothing new. If you accept the principle of reservation based on caste, you also must acknowledge that within the larger group of BC or SC, there are subcastes which are more discriminated or more backward economically and socially. And that they deserve a quota in proportion to their population is not unreasonable. So you can't argue that if there's discrimination, I require a reservation. But if somebody is more discriminated or more backward, does not require anything more, I want to take away his quota. It is basically you want to have the cake and eat it too. So it's a very fair case, and Supreme Court quite rightly upheld that.
So how do you then capture backwardness? For example, there is discrimination within
Again, there are standards. Education, economic, and social. Social is essentially in respect of scheduled caste, where the traditional taboos apply. But otherwise, basically, social and economic backwardness. Basically, education, women's. There are certain criteria all the commissions have adopted. Women in workforce or women something. Some of them are perhaps outdated. They have to be revised. But basically, there are certain standards, attributes of backwardness. Sociologists have come up with those things. You go by that. You can improve upon that. I believe personally we should update it. If I'm not mistaken, early on they said if more women are working, then that is backwardness. I think in today's world it's ridiculous. But in those days the notion is in a Hindu society the woman shall not go out and work. She can be a slave to the husband. But in today's world we want women to go out and work, right? So I think some of the old ideas must be revised. I don't know what is the current status, but basically there is a sociological study and there are scholars who will come up with those ideas. We must modernize them. So already the data is available.
So one of the models that was proposed by a Dalit scholar was that we should look at, because reservations always given to caste, it is availed by a family, right? It's availed by an individual. So the scholar proposed that we should have weightage. For example, if the mother has taken reservation, if the father has taken reservation.
I am completely in favor of making sure reservation benefits go to the truly discriminated. If in the name of caste, a collector's son, district collector's son, or a minister's daughter gets reservation, and in the name of caste, the genuinely poor, so-called OC community's child going to a ramshackle government school in a village does not get any benefit or any weightage, it is the ultimate discrimination. So I'm all in favor. And that requires very careful examination. Therefore, the Supreme Court, at least in respect to BC, said creamy layer, though in implementation all kinds of things are there, but it's high time that we looked at that very seriously. While we recognize caste as an entity, we must ultimately recognize backwardness as an individual attribute, not the collective one alone.
Also, they've said that the reservation, so for example, 50% seats are reserved, that won't go anywhere. But within those 50% seats, which caste, within the same caste itself, the individuals.
The word you used, weightage, is a better thing than reservation. Quotas in general are less productive than weightage. Weightage are aspirational. Supposing, depending on your distance from the median level of family education, income, other things, you decide. It's very complex and difficult. Therefore, you can simplify the model. Suppose on that basis you determine. What happens is, I must reach that level to be able to aspire for that. Whereas, if you keep it too low, if it's a quota, there are cases where I remember in a medical entrance examination, there was a microphone, public microphone announcement saying that people of a certain community need not participate in the entrance examination. You are also deemed to be selected. Because fewer candidates than the seats have applied. Now, getting into medicine cannot be based on this alone. Unless you aspire for a certain level of accomplishment and are capable of taking advantage of the education and they be of service to people, the whole purpose is defeated. So this kind of a soulless reservation is a disaster. So weightage, I think, is the correct word. But India is very far from that goal. We are still, even in political reservations, we're talking about quotas and seats rather than sophisticated models to give women's representation to others. Somehow, the cruder models, the more ineffective models appeal to us a great deal.
Coming back to one of the most significant events in 2024, it was the Indian elections. Historical mandate for Prime Minister Modi and the BJP. But before we get into the intricacies of coalition politics, I notice two significant trends from the election. One is the BJP lost a significant number of seats in Uttar Pradesh in the Lok Sabha elections, and Naveen Patnaik's Biju Janata Dal lost the assembly elections in Odisha. Despite these two parties performing well in these respective states, they have not performed well in the elections. So, what explains these trends?
First of all, Narendra Modi had the knack of converting a victory into defeat. He extracted defeat from the jaws of victory. Look at any democracy in the world, even let alone major democracies. How many got a third term? What is a remarkable achievement is considered a failure thanks to the political management of BJP and Congress, respectively. A defeat of Congress, and a fairly bad defeat, actually it's better than last time, is regarded as a victory. The success of BJP and their allies is regarded as a defeat. So first, have that perspective in mind. Second, please remember, after 1984, Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, until Modi and BJP got their victory in 2014, single party majority, we never had a majority government. So except Modi's 2 terms, since 84, there was no other majority government, single party government. So considering that, it's actually a success. If we don't put that in perspective, then all other analysis is meaningless. Okay? We have a strange spectacle, therefore, of the winning coalition somewhat depressed that they are defeated, and the losing coalition very elated that they thought they have succeeded. Having said that, I think there are 3 things. 2 are substantive, 1 is local political management. Substantive are, I don't understand what prompted Mr. Narendra Modi to give a call about what is that? Abki bar 400. I don't understand the logic of it at all. It's, in my judgment, bad campaigning. Bad campaigning in 2 ways. In 2023, on August 15, he started this. For the first time from the ramparts of Red Fort, on a solemn state occasion, the Prime Minister talked about me and Modi. He personalized it to a point which is unacceptable in a sensible democracy. And he unnecessarily gave an impression that 400 seats are there, which is a bad idea. And he created an opportunity for the opposition to scare the public that 400 seat means dal mein kuch kala hai. Something they are trying to do. Nothing. They'll do nothing significant. They can't. But somehow the constitution will be reversed, reservations will go, the country will, whatever, some notion. And the third thing he did over 5 years, not in 1 year, he himself said it at least once. I watched him say that, maybe in parliament or outside, I don't remember. I think in parliament. He said, I am uniting all of you. He actually united all of them by style, not substance. Not that our politics is perfect, our politics is anything but perfect. But it's really uniformly spread, that imperfection. But the style is sometimes so acerbic that opposition was scared into uniting. So the first was that. It's a bad strategy without even knowing what you're asking. If instead, Mr. Narendra Modi asked for the people's verdict, saying that, look, we have tried to do some good things, but there's a lot more to be done for India to be developed, more important for our lives to get better. And therefore, the following are the important things that I need to bring about, in addition to what I've already done, what I'm going to continue. And humbly, I require your mandate, because India cannot change overnight. Nothing more, nothing less. I think there was a greater chance. That is one broad issue. The second issue is the management of election in terms of caste, in terms of giving space to many factions, many groups, and in terms of BJP not having their mother organization of RSS with them in that election, strangely. So the management of election was far better in case of Congress party and their allies across the country. You could see that. You could see that across the board. The third is a local factor, essentially local, and that is in Uttar Pradesh and in Maharashtra. If only Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra gave different verdicts as most people are expecting. Instead of some 30 odd seats, suppose they got 50 odd seats in Uttar Pradesh. Instead of 17 or so seats, suppose they got about 35, 40 seats. Everything has changed. So it's just these two states, and obviously they got things wrong there. Maharashtra, at least for the time being, they seem to have corrected that for the assembly election, and you have seen the result. So, first past the post system, a bit of a distortion or a bit of a change in the electoral arithmetic brings about dramatic change in terms of outcomes. We must not confuse that with a radical change. But what it also means in the long term is, it's incredibly difficult to persuade the people to promote rational public policy and to look at the long-term interest at the cost of the short term. And I think that's a lesson that everybody should learn. Therefore, any argument against welfare per se is a bad argument. The only rational argument is that we require welfare to take care of the suffering in the short term, to ameliorate the suffering to some extent. But there has to be a focus on the long-term development for the children's future, and you have to balance them both. That argument. And again, I think in Haryana and Maharashtra, BJP seems to have learned that lesson. Blaming any party for offering welfare is a bad idea. What we have to see is the welfare balanced? Is it affordable? Is the debt sustainable? And are they borrowing money to indulge in welfare recklessly without looking for the long-term future? In that sense, there are many failings of BJP and NDA, but in that broad sense, I think BJP deserves some credit, because in all states under the union level, the fiscal management, there is a conscious effort to improve it. And wherever welfare is increased, there is an effort to try and see it is sustainable. There are many other things wrong. I already mentioned, for instance, education, healthcare, rule of law, urbanization. There is no deep understanding of how an economy works at the grassroots level. But otherwise, these are not the issues on which any party or alliance has any advantage over BJP.
Sir, before moving on to the other part, another key election promise was the construction of the Ram Mandir in Ayodhya. And it is a culmination of a decades-long movement for the BJP and the RSS. Despite this, it lost in Faizabad. So is this loss due to the BJP's own shortcomings?
Don't you admire the miracle of Indian democracy? Yeah. I think it's a very good thing.
Yeah.
But no, certainly if caste is used, religion also is used. But we cannot take Indian people for granted. while religiosity or culture or caste, other things certainly have some ability to mobilize people, at the end of the day, people can transcend those things. They look at the other things. They also look at what's happening to me in return. And nobody can appropriate religion. It's not anybody's private property. And yet that's a lesson very powerfully taught by the electorate in Hyderabad. And I think BJP and other parties will do well to recognize that both in terms of religion and caste. While they will not go away in a hurry from our politics, to give excessive importance to them and to somehow hope that that will deliver you is not a particularly good idea. And I think that is demonstrated in the election. I feel very good about it. I don't know about the local factors. I don't care. I think it's a good verdict in that sense. I don't care who wins or who loses. While I recognize, given India's current conditions, some amount of primordial loyalty is being raked up is inevitable. You and I may be idealistic, and ultimately you can't be sure what the reality is. You can't substantially depend on that for political mobilization, and people are going to ultimately rebel against it or revolt it or vote against it.
So this is also the first time since 2014 that we have a leader of opposition in the parliament. So Modi is known for bulldozing through legislations at times. So will we see a larger deliberation over the policies which his government will make, especially with a coalition government at the helm?
Look at Mr. Vajpayee, look at Mr. Modi. The contrast is interesting. Mr. Vajpayee has a consensual style, as had Mr. Narasimha Rao. Mr. Narasimha Rao, along with Dr. Manmohan Singh, when he changed the trajectory of Indian economy, it was actually a 180-degree turn in some respects. What was he saying? Very soothing things. No, I'm not changing anything. We are continuing Nehruji's policies. Basically, a non-threatening approach. Even if you're doing some things which are radical, not all things radical, but a consensual approach, non-threatening approach, a soft approach, that yields results. But that does not yield verdicts. That's the paradox of an emotional society. Vajpayee, by any standard, I think he gave an exceptionally good government. If you objectively analyze him, consensual, competent, far-sighted, unfinished agenda of the reform to the extent it is accomplished entirely because of Vajpayee, whether it's national highways and infrastructure or telephony and digitization, many other things, Vajpayee did a remarkable job, but was not rewarded. Modi, by style and temperament, and perhaps informed by this experience, he feels that style is equally important. By nature, he has one of those aggressive macho styles. Chappan inch ka chhati, things like that. But even otherwise, even politically, he is rewarded because of that. It's not that Modi government has done radically differently or radically better than Vajpayee government. But Modi government is rewarded radically differently. So when you reward a certain style rather than substance, and then you complain about the style, it's not smart politics. We also must learn to look beyond style and look at the substance. Then probably there will be a greater incentive for the political leaders to have a more consensual style, even as they accomplish the results that they believe are necessary for the country.
So I have a question. Right now, a huge part of India is influenced by this one-man show culture in politics. How do we come out of such a culture and build a party from grassroots level, build leadership from that level?
Likita, the question you raised is arguably, if not the most important, one of the most important questions of our polity. We are too focused on which party is winning. Frankly, it doesn't make much of a difference. Sometimes it may. For instance, right now it appears that one party is committed to fiscal discipline up to a point and some economic growth infrastructure. Other party is somewhat less caring about that. But otherwise, we don't have that much of a difference between parties. They have roughly the similar approach, similar goals and all that. When that is the case, really speaking, a change of government is not changing anything given the kind of leadership that we have. Because 95% of the elected representatives, or 90% at least, I may be exaggerating a little bit for effect, they are interchangeable. Come election time, particularly in state legislatures, you will notice, now, if you really did not follow politics for 6 months and 1 year in newspapers, you would not know whether the MLA elected is from this party or that party. Because they're totally agnostic about it. this culture of total non-adherence to principle, culture of total control of the party bosses, and oftentimes dynasties, is a disaster. We have to democratize political parties, but it's easier said than done. We have committed a grave blunder, and I'm saying this publicly, and I know it's not a popular stand. We have committed a grave blunder in institutionalizing an anti-defection law without democratizing political parties. In the process, we converted elected legislators into slaves of the political party bosses. Instead of promoting ethical behavior, we destroyed any kind of voice for the legislators, any kind of meaningful discussion or discourse. We have to now figure out how to somehow democratize the political parties. The only hope is twofold. One is some parties, even if there is power concentrated in one individual, but that lasts only as long as the individual gets the votes. Modi has no other legitimacy. He doesn't have family or caste legitimacy. He has only vote legitimacy and delivery to some extent. The moment that disappears, that goes. So either some parties must set an example and show electorally it's profitable, that people are not really looking for dynastic leadership and individual leadership without any kind of democratizing elements. Therefore, other parties, for electoral competition purposes, are forced to change their behavior. I think there is a chance of it happening slowly. The second is the young people in the parties, and now there are a lot of bright young people who are willing to play a political role. And instead of merely kowtowing to the top brass, they must start arguing for a say in how the parties are managed. Therefore, democratize the political parties, particularly choice of candidates. You leave it to either the members of the party through a formal election process like a primary election in the United States, or a constituency committee of elected representatives of the party members at the constituency level, like in Britain, for instance, and they will choose the party candidate, not you. Or maybe both these things have to happen simultaneously. It's going to be hard because the people who are going to have to engineer that are the people who have stakes in the status quo. So whom are you going to appeal to? So even when I talk to leaders of the parties, I don't argue for that because it doesn't really serve any purpose. It's like, music before a deaf man. So it's a great challenge. It's not going to be easy, but it has to be accomplished. Until that is done, our democracy in large measure is symbolic. Because you like it or not, parties are real. Though parties have no constitutional status, only the 10th schedule mentions the parties. Even the law doesn't mention parties except some provisions relating to symbol and allegiance to the constitution and so on and so forth. Otherwise, parties have no legal sanctity. But in reality, world over, minus Switzerland, which is an offbeat example, without parties, there's no democracy. In fact, every major thinker and philosopher in designing the state structure was afraid of political parties. They tried to minimize the role of political parties. But every society saw the emergence of political parties as the only realistic forum for political mobilization and participation. So you can't wish away parties. And if parties are people's platforms for political activity and mobilization, then parties have to be democratic. You can't have a democratic polity without democratic parties. So this is a central challenge, a tough challenge because the party bosses who want to engineer reform are the ones who actually want to perpetuate their power and their progeny's power. But these two methods. And the third way you can probably improve that is decentralization of power. But that's even harder than parties' democracy. So we are really in a bind. While elections normatively are taking place, there are political freedoms. Fair elections are conducted in the polling booth. They are counted fairly. There's peaceful transfer of power. All these elements of democracy are present. But the fundamental issues of democracy that deepen it, they're absent. Decentralization, parties' internal democracy, these two were incredibly bad.
So, when parties become too centralized, again, there are two things that can happen. One, like the Shiv Sena, a split happens, the Thackeray faction and the Eknath Shinde faction. Or like the BRS, the party loses power and all of its MLAs stop giving support to the party's dynastic leadership.
That's the reason why I'm opposed to anti-defection law now. Many middle-class people think that defecting from a party is worse than apostasy, leaving your religion and betraying your mother. They have somehow all these high-quality notions. It's silly. It's very, very uninformed. Take Shiv Sena's case and the other party, NCP's case. It's not that anybody is an angel here. So we have no reason to be particularly sympathetic to this group or that group, but they all, given Indian political situation, they're all creatures of the circumstances. So let's leave it at that. And once you say that is, there the ground is equal, level playing field. In both these parties, the vast majority clearly wanted a different political formation to be in power. That's the legitimate right of the parties or elected representatives. Now, either the party leadership must persuade them or be persuaded, but if they can do neither, they must step aside and let the majority prevail. None of this happened. They could not persuade. They were not willing to be persuaded. When they had clearly no majority in the legislature, they said, no, it's my birthright and you all should follow my diktat. What kind of a democracy is that? Without having to take sides about Shinde or Ajit Pawar, fundamentally they were wrong. And one of the unexpected consequences of the assembly result is people at long last sided with internal party democracy. That may not have been the dominant impulse in their minds, but the unintended consequence is that party's internal democracy is now becoming an issue. You cannot take for granted that because I am the founder or because I am the inheritor of the mantle from my father, I control you and you shut up and whatever I say goes, irrespective of your word. It's simply not a tenable proposition in a democracy. And I hope this Maharashtra experience will teach us that lesson and parties will learn. And the middle class also will revise their view about this whole business of defection. What is defection? The majority voice is not heard. Boris Johnson, he gave the mandate to Conservative Party in the last election. Good, bad, ugly, had many negative qualities, but the fact is, as leader of the party, he got a mandate, a big one for a long time until that time. Now, the moment the majority of MPs lost faith in Boris Johnson's leadership, he had to step aside. He could not say, party is mine, I got you the votes, who are you? He could not. Liz Truss came in 2 months she lost steam, and then they got Rishi Sunak. That's what democracy is. Tomorrow, if enough Labour Party MPs, despite the massive mandate they got, they feel that Starmer is not able to deliver, and if they oppose, Starmer will have to go, period. We have to bring that culture back into politics. And that's why anti-defection law in the current form is a very bad idea.
So then, who does the party really belong to? Is it the people? Is it the party members?
Broadly members, but how do you determine the members want something? Elected representatives. At the end of the day, the party belongs to the elected representatives because people elected them. If you don't accept that, then there's no legitimacy of state itself. Legislature party is the party, even the constitution recognizes it. Even 10th schedule and the amendments, even they recognize it. What do they say? Legislature party. So whether you like it or not, if the party goes beyond them, and like in, for instance, Conservative Party in Britain, there is a direct election of members if there is a contestation. They actually go to members. That's perfectly okay. But who determines who are the candidates to go to the members? Again, legislature party. Unless legislature party says, Aditya is a fit enough candidate to be a leader, Likhita is a fit enough candidate to be a leader, you can't directly go to the people either. So ultimately, if you don't accept legislature party, because you're elected by the people, that's the ultimate sanctity in a democracy, right? So party is broadly owned by the members of the party, but largely mediated through the elected leaders of the party.
So, sorry. This Shinde faction that happened, and Thackeray faction now. It so happened that Supreme Court also had to intervene, right, with the symbols and the name of the parties. I just wanted to understand your stance on it. One of them claims that my father founded the party, so the name and the symbol belongs to me. You can very well form the different party.
Now it is clear. Supreme Court said whoever holds a majority, asked the Election Commission, I think, to look into that. The Commission went into who have a majority technically in the legislature. The only majority they can see is technically legislature. They can't see how many members want it. They can't do a survey of the people what they want. They only could do the legislators. And they clearly decided that these people deserve the symbol because these are the original party. And normally in India so far, even if that happened through legislative numbers, the people did not tend to side with the people who broke away from the, I wouldn't say mother party, but the patriarch or patriarch's family. But this is probably the first time in India when two parties, when they broke away from the patriarch, the people actually supported that means perhaps somewhere it also might have played a role. I don't know, unless you do studies whether that played a role in their mind while voting. People did support that the majority has the party, and you can't simply claim a divine right to control a party irrespective of the popular support.
Sir, talking about popular support majority, what seemed sort of taking ground for the past year was the idea of uniform civil code. We don't know if the current government had majority, what would they have done with it, but they have experimented with it in Uttarakhand. Now, I'll phrase this question in two parts. First of all, we know that only Hindu law is codified as we speak, right? Only Hindu marriage laws are codified. So, inevitably, the Uniform Civil Code will be derivative of that law because that is the only law that is codified. So, my question to you is, then Uniform Civil Code, again, how uniform and how Hindu would the code be?
First of all, I don't know much about Hindu civil code and law, but my limited understanding from study of history is there has been a reformist impulse since 1830s, even before the revolt of 1857, Raja Ram Mohan Roy and many others, in the form of Sati or Ishwachandra Vidyasagar, or in the Telugu land, people like Veerasarangam Panthal, many others, mostly gender-related issues and of course caste-related issues. These are two fundamental issues plaguing Indian society. Gender oppression, which is common to all religions, caste, which is unique to India or Hindu society. And therefore, whatever reforms are brought about by law are in consonance with that. They might have taken some harmless religious practices, like, when you say that so-and-so is married, they might have said some things. That, the Muhurat, when you, Jilakarra, Bellam, you say in the south, I don't know what they say in the north, or in some cases you tie the tali or something. These are practices. This is not really the essence of it. This is about definitional issues, but fundamentally, it's a reformist issue. Therefore, I don't see the legislation to reform Hinduism as a religious issue. It is a secular code, with the addition of certain cultural practices which are absolutely harmless in terms of impact on the rest of the members of the society. Because in the name of religion, if women are oppressed, or a certain group is oppressed, that is not acceptable. What is the whole idea behind this? There are certain constitutional values that are sacrosanct, and religion cannot claim exemption on that ground. But as long as the constitutional values are not violated, religion is free to do whatever it pleases. But I cannot use religion as a force of sanctity above the constitution. For instance, I cannot indulge in genital mutilation. I cannot beat up or kill a wife. She is not your property. Because in the olden days, it was on par. I cannot treat another human being as inferior by birth, just to give some examples. So as long as those practices which are constitutional and unacceptable, they are not there, we really have no interest. Therefore, uniform civil code, unnecessarily certain slogans have polarized society. I always like to go into the essence. What does it mean to you and me as practical human beings? If women are not oppressed in the name of religion, if women and men enjoy equal rights in marriage and in parenting, and in matters of family and property relationships, if there is no discrimination of children or persecution or harassment or torture of children in the name of religious practices, genital mutilation or something else, I'm perfectly okay. You require to create a secular framework. If uniform civil code means that, then I think all of us must stand by that. There's no question of any disagreement. If instead you go beyond that and try to humiliate a certain group because their numbers are fewer or whatever, and you try to interfere in practices which have which are not in violation of the constitutional spirit or letter, or the fundamental freedoms that everybody should enjoy, I think then that should not be accepted. To the best of my understanding, while uniform civil code and slogans like that are used for political purposes, The intent, stated intent as well as real intent, is not really to go beyond what is required. So we are needlessly making a big issue of it. I have a suspicion that both sides want that polarization for political mobilization, and it's a game being played. We should not fall for that game.
Because the critics have always been saying that instead of a uniform civil code, probably reform the personal laws that are governing.
That's what it means. What exactly is uniform civil code? I mean, it's a slogan. What does it mean?
So essentially what they want to do is all the personal laws that govern, say, Hindu Marriage Act, succession, you don't have a law for Muslim marriages, so all will be governed under one civil code.
I have no problem with that. But only thing is, if Muslim marriage actually means a contract, nikah, I don't know much about it. Nor do I know much about Hindu marriage. If Hindu marriage traditionally is about certain practices, then ignoring them is not very wise either, because tradition is more powerful than law, and it should be more powerful than law to the extent that it does not violate the freedoms of others. Therefore, to say that there must be one uniform thing, suppose for marriage, when do you say X is married to Y? I don't think you can say the same thing applies to Hindus and Muslims and Parsis and Christians. It's not correct. So to that extent, that argument is not valid. But to the extent that the fundamental principles that we enunciated now, they must be embodied in a law, I have no quarrel with that. So it's a matter of detail.
So essentially, what I then understand is there should be plurality available, the space for plurality within.
That is a given. I don't think anybody is granting that. I don't think we are begging anybody. That is a given. That is our birthright. That is our constitutional right. I don't think anybody can take it away. Anybody is even threatening to take it away.
So the follow-up question to that, sir, is there are certain tribal groups within the country, and the ruling party as well has said that their practices we are not going to touch, right? Let them have their own set of practices. Even if the UCCs one day becomes reality, we aren't going to touch them. My question is then how many exceptions are too many exceptions?
Again, if in the name of tribal practices there is polygamy, I don't know if there is any, or if there is child mutilation, not acceptable. Again, the standard is it violating the fundamental constitutional freedoms of all people within the group and constitutional values? So tribal or non-tribal, Hindu or Muslim or Parsi or Christian or Sikh, it does not make a difference. I don't know if there's really a conflict. So unless you go into specific communities and their practices, we cannot say whether there is actually a conflict.
So for example, polygamy is an issue that they try to tackle with the Uniform Civil Code, stating that we will disallow polygamy. The data in NFHS data says that 1.9% of Muslim men practice polygamy, 1.3% of Hindu men practice polygamy. The highest data is in the northeastern tribes, 2.1% Christians, I think, and some tribes practice that. So now, since you're targeting polygamy as an issue, you're focusing on the Hindu and the Muslims as who practice that. But these tribals are then seen as an exception.
So that's wrong. If you believe that women in a polygamous relationship by definition are inferior, they are treated as property, that is the premise behind opposition to polygamy, then that applies to all human beings in the country. I don't see any logic in saying that somebody should have an exception.
And last question on this, because of this being derivative of Hindu, so for example, there is a provision under Hindu marriage which says restitution of conjugal rights, which says that if a married couple is living separately, the husband can actually go to the court and ask the wife to live with the husband, and the court can pass an order to that effect. This has been now, it was only applicable to Hindu marriages. Under the Uttarakhand UCC, it's now applicable to every marriage. And there is a concept called meher in Muslim marriage, which is when the wife is divorced. There's a concept of alimony essentially, or so the husband will be giving some amount, which is the Muslim marriage practice. This has not been adapted into the law. So do you think is this cherry picking, or is this just something that the legislation did not understand how to indicate?
They didn't think through it carefully. The idea that restoration of conjugal rights is a legal issue is, I think, a relic of the past. A notion that once you are married, the woman belongs to the man, and many laws are based on that premise. For instance, take adultery. Adultery by a man is an offense. By a woman is not an offense because she is treated as a property taken away by somebody. She did not do anything of her own volition. That is the underlying principle, I presume. So I think fundamentally, some of these are because of all over the world, these are traditional concepts. Now we are changing that. Therefore, I think they have no place in the modern architecture.
Even institution of conjugal rights was a Britain law, and Britain has long abolished it, but we somehow continue to.
And even British thing based on Indian notion that a wife is the property of the husband. Let's face it. Throughout history, once you marry somebody, the wife gives up her personality, everything, and the husband is the God, living God on earth or some such thing. That's okay at that time. But I don't think I would like to see my daughter or my sister to be subject to such a relationship. That's what modernity is about. And therefore, that must go in all groups.
Sir, I wanted to pivot the direction to another political event, significant political event, which is the Bharat Jodo Yatra by the Indian National Congress. The Congress and other opposition parties, they try to create a narrative around India's economic growth and the existing inequalities, the economic inequalities, and the economic growth basically not being inclusive enough. So I have a two-part question. So what is this inclusive growth which the Congress is talking about? And despite talking about such issues, why is the Congress struggling to form a connect with the voter base?
First of all, I don't know the answer to the second question. I don't know the answer to the first question because you're asking me what is there in their mind. but the questions raised are important. That there is no inclusive growth in India is something we all have to accept. It's not about a party. It's not about a state. Given our governance failure overall and our societal structure, the fact is modern economic growth and technology benefit certain groups. Who are those groups? If you have genuine good education, not make-believe education of a piece of paper and a certificate or a degree, but real skills and productivity. B, if you have some networking and connections, you don't have to do anything illegal, but somebody points you the direction, somebody helps you, somebody gives you counseling. So that kind of a support system in a family or networking. C, if you also have some capital, even if it's not big amount, sometimes even a 50,000 rupees for a person in distress helps a great deal. Instead of, my God, how do I manage tomorrow? If I want to travel from place A to place B, where do I find the money? Versus at least some minimum level of comfort and risk-taking capacity. Such people are disproportionately benefited. Now, there are far too many people who have none of these three advantages. Now, networking I may not be able to solve at the societal level, though government can provide platforms for support. But the other two, we should be able to help. Quality education, quality healthcare, both of which are critical for productivity and skill promotion. A framework of rule of law where there is no distinction of caste, birth, or race, or region for your advancement in life are the absolute critical requirements. Without that, there cannot be inclusive growth. Now, instead of promoting inclusive growth, the problem with the opposition and the ruling party both is everybody talks about inclusive growth. What has Congress and that alliance, earlier UPA, now ND alliance, what have they offered? All they can offer is their imagination stopped with giving some more welfare. Actually, you're undermining the dignity of the people. By all means, welfare is necessary. We discussed it. But pretending that welfare is inclusivity is a lie. It's an absolute lie. Instead, if they're really focused on quality of educational outcomes, and how do we improve them? Definitely, India is terribly deficient in educational outcomes. We are one of the worst in the world, if not the worst. And there's a great reason to criticize whichever government is in office in the country, particularly at the state level, because school education is a state subject substantially, for their failure and then nudging the system towards that. I haven't seen that. There's a great need to really give quality healthcare to every single citizen in the country, irrespective of the circumstances of finances in the family, without out-of-pocket expenditure. Except some swaps here and there, increasing some insurance amount, this, that. I haven't seen an architecture to improve the healthcare. Go all over the world in democratic countries. Healthcare delivery is perhaps the number one item in electoral politics. In a country where 55 million people are becoming poor every year on account of healthcare failure, not a squeak, not a murmur on healthcare related issues, except a few stops. Urbanization. Now, the poorest people with low level of skills from remote villages without any support system moving to distant big cities, no housing, no transport, no assured work, low wages, life is living hell. Now, how do you urbanize in a manner that these people actually have space? That's the reason why India has the lowest level of urbanization among big economies, only 35%. 85% are organized sector. What do you do with them? Now, except offering some monthly sops, the political system has lost the imagination. So the questions raised by Congress party are absolutely relevant. But the answers provided are anything but real. That's the problem.
So I had a follow-up question with respect to urbanization, the point which you raised. If you look into the 2023 Telangana Assembly elections, the BRS won most of the seats in Hyderabad, and the Congress won most of its seats in rural Telangana. So does it mean the voters of Telangana want a focus on small town development rather than particularly the growth of
I
Hyderabad?
don't think voters of Telangana understood small town, big town. That is for the scholars and the experts to decipher. But what the people are saying is, with all the imperfections of the earlier government and governance, Hyderabad city and surrounding areas actually saw enough of growth and growth potential and giving us hope in our lives. Therefore, we trust that, we vote for that. Rest of Telangana outside Hyderabad city felt, you're talking about growth, it has not touched my life, I don't have realistic hope, therefore, I want something different. They went against the establishment and also attracted by the extra promises of welfare given by the Congress party. But Congress made the same promises to the poor in the urban areas either, equally. But the difference is urban areas, the present model, with all imperfections of politics, seem to be working broadly for the majority of people. Rural didn't work. So it's one of the most stark differences to show growth has not been inclusive. Only big cities are touched. You can't afford growth like that. You have to at least go to small towns. You can't go to every village. I want to disabuse this notion. I grew up in a village, so I can understand this fascination for rural India and romanticism. There is no country on earth in human history when 600,000 villages infrastructure could be improved. It's impossible. No matter what you do, we're trying very heroically. We've done some good things, drinking water, electricity, etc. It's not a small thing. But beyond the point you can't do. You require economies of scale, even to provide infrastructure. You require certain economies of scale for a place to become an economically vibrant place, a growth center. So unless small towns organically grow, in situ urbanization takes place locally, so that people are not alienated from their environment, they have the support system available. It's not too far from your traditional habitat, 15, 20 kilometers, etc. You're habituated to go there and to get services anyway. That's the kind of organic urbanization that has to be promoted by wise government policy and resources.
So, talking about, sir, small town development, inclusive growth, one of the states that has changed its perception is Uttar Pradesh. Apparently, the state is now fiscally very, very sound. There seems to be so this is again a two-parter question. There seems to be, so I'll put this dichotomy first. Uttar Pradesh is not our Gujarat, right, where people are generally business-minded. Entrepreneurship culture is evident. It's not a Bangalore for that matter, where startups are propping every left, right, and center. It's a state that is divided on caste lines. It is a state that believes in the Bahubali culture, where gun violence and all of that is very, very prominent, and it's a state that believes that power is owning land. Right? In a state like that, when Samsung decides to open its biggest plant in the world, it chooses UP. I'll first of all say this. The caveat, you can always say, oh, the center and the state has the same government. There is some sort of, working together is happening. But there is a cultural change that is happening in UP. We can put numbers, I can cite the growth that they have, but this cultural change, how do you see that?
That is what is most hopeful about the country. We're always focused on politics. We're forgetting the people. Development does not happen because of the government. It does not happen because of state policy. State policy, yes, helps. It happens because each of us in our families wants better things for our kids. And that is very Indian. Unlike many other societies, we live, and trust me, we die for our children. Most Indians of every religion, every caste, every region, we actually are willing to die for our children. They give up their own personal desires, their own even personal needs to take care of the children. In the large part, there are always some monsters here and there, and we call them monsters. We don't accept selfish parents as normal in society in this country. That's one of the most unifying factors of India. Hindu, Muslim, these things don't make a difference. if the government does a few things right and gives hope, then society responds. Now, what has UP government done? Unlike earlier governments, there is a 78,000 crore revenue surplus. What does revenue surplus mean for lay purposes? You have day-to-day income, like a family gets monthly salary, rents, interest, whatever, X amount. Let's say 25,000 rupees I get. One family spends 20,000 rupees and saves 5,000 rupees for tomorrow. You buy a flat, you buy EMI, buying a flat or something, or a house site or something else which gives income. Or you buy some, these days, stock and what do you call them?
Equity.
Shares.
No, there is mutual funds. Mutual funds, so on and so forth. So basically, you're taking care of tomorrow. Another family spends 35,000 rupees, borrows 10,000 every month. This is the difference basically. And over a long period of time, this matters a great deal because it's everything compounded. Now, revenue surplus means that these are the people who are earning 1 lakh rupees, they are spending 80,000 rupees, they're saving 20,000 rupees for investment. UP has the highest revenue surplus in India. It's one of the poorest states of India. The largest state of India, it would be one of the largest countries in the world if it were a separate country. It has the highest revenue surplus of India, 78,000 crores per annum. That means they're investing from their income for the future, better roads, better infrastructure, etc., etc. Then they borrow. Unless a developing country borrows heavily, you can't build the future. Your current resources are not available to build the future. They borrow, that also goes for investment. No, this is happening consistently. To all accounts, I have never met the UP Chief Minister. I have no personal equation or anything. By all accounts, there's a personal honesty of a very high degree. There's no perception that, no, all right, you want to come here, build a road, give me 1,000 crores. Or you want to have a power purchase agreement, give me 500 crores. I haven't heard that. I think even opposition has never laid that criticism. So there is a feeling that contracts will be honored, there will be honesty, there will be fair competition. And once these two things are there, I bet the people will always figure out a way, once there is confidence in the air. Once that happens, the industry always believes that there's going to be a market for their products. And I think UP is a happy case. How long it will last, whether a future government will continue these policies in the same manner and same measure, that we do not know. But as of now, what has been attempted in UP is something heroic. In one of the most difficult states of India, to achieve this degree of confidence in the future is a tribute. And whichever be the party which does it, we must appreciate that even Akhilesh Yadav's government earlier tried that. To be fair, it's not merely this government. There was actually an accent on infrastructure and projects. For political reasons, they try to segment them. Market segmentation is different, but the same approach is continued to a better extent because I think Yogi Adityanath is less trammeled by the party apparatus. Let me say nothing more. I think we all understand what it means.
Yes, because that was exactly my next question. This is not a sort of a major changing point in history. Akhilesh government had shown similar growth, if not more 110%. But post the 2014 election, when they realized.
No, I genuinely believe that 5 years there was a conscious attempt to do something different. But perhaps it's not enough.
Yes.
And sometimes time is required to have the compounded effect. And perhaps sometimes the traditional machine is not allowing you to do beyond the point. But it's not about this party or that party. And that's a happy place to be in. Yes. That both parties are committed to a certain path of economic growth and infrastructure and investment is actually a good sign for the state. That may be one of the reasons why people are more comfortable. See, in many states, what happens is if a particular party today and a government today is committed to investment and growth, tomorrow some other party comes, what will happen is always a source of worry. By experience, I think it's possible. I don't know for sure. It's possible the investors look into the future. Already the change of government, who is the likely chief minister? The policies are roughly the same. So no problem. We can take a chance. So that's important too.
Another thing that's been characteristic of UP this year specifically has been the phrase called bulldozer justice. The irony of the phrase is in it's the phrase itself. How do you see this phenomena, sir? Because the court has now, Supreme Court has come very hard on the fact that this is no form extrajudicial and all of those stuff. The fact that you think that UP as a state is so defunct of traditional or perceived law and order that this is seen as justice?
No, it's not about UP or Adityanath. It's about India. Let's be truthful. Umpteen number of instances in India I can cite. I remember vividly, I think way back in 2008, there was a horrific incident of acid throwing on a couple of girls, if I'm not mistaken. One girl or two girls, I don't recall now, but two, I think, by a couple of rascals. One lady, I think, died, another was disfigured or something, if I remember right. There was an outcry. That was probably the first instance, well before your Disha incident, etc., or was it before? Major outcry. The police bumped off those fellows and the whole society celebrated. Mine was one of the few voices that said, look, they deserve to be executed, but not by the police in this manner, after due process by a court of law. We don't have to have sympathy for the accused if they really are culprits, but you can't do without due process. But because people of India are vexed with the so-called due process, there is no due process, is unduly delayed, and it is very partisan. Only 10% of the accused, even in the most heinous crimes, are convicted in India for a variety of reasons. I don't care who is at fault. I don't want to know. As a citizen, I'm entitled to justice. I'm entitled to confidence. I'm entitled to security. It is not there. People are vexed. Therefore, they are looking for a short-term thing. Similar thing happened in Disha case in Hyderabad again. I think a dental surgeon was brutally raped and murdered. Again, society, there was an outcry. Again, they were bumped off. Again, there were no tears shed. So I think it's a uniform thing, except that Yogi Adityanath made it into a fine art and a political instrument and a symbol. But the reality is, much of India has no justice. Normative justice is different from real justice. And people are vexed, particularly in horrendous cases of mafioso, organized crime, and gang rape, and violence of this kind, and murder. People are very angry. And therefore, when they perceive that the culprits probably met the justice that they feel they deserved, no matter what the means, they are rejoicing. But it's a very dangerous thing in the long term. There's no question about it. Supreme Court is right, because apart from the constitutionality of it, due process, etc., the moment we start thinking that there are shortcuts to the due process, today it may be the actual crook who is getting what he deserved, though by the wrong means. Tomorrow, I guarantee it, throughout history this happened. Tomorrow, that weapon will be used against the enemies of the government, unrelated to any crime. It cannot be stopped. It's inevitable. Power will be abused. No matter how wonderful the leader is, a leader may be for a time absolutely above board, but eventually a leader also loses perspective. Even if that leader is good, the next leader will not use the power wisely. Therefore, bypassing the due process and taking law into your hands and meting out mob justice or bulldozer justice or execution in the name of encounters is an extremely dangerous thing, but it's not about UP, it's about India. And our political parties are unmindful of the issues of rule of law. India has the lowest conviction rate in heinous crimes in the world. In the world. You cannot do that. Rest of the world has 90% conviction typically, because the police do such a thorough job and professional job. The investigation and prosecution are so effective that very rarely is a serious culprit not convicted. In India, there's no faith, there's no professionalism, there's partisanship, there's interference and intervention on a daily basis. Nobody trusts it, and people lie in courts habitually, the results of all these factors, and therefore to get a conviction is virtually impossible in India. And if we don't set it right, we are setting ourselves up for a long-term failure as a society. We are lucky so far it didn't have extremely grievous consequences because our society and our culture are very strong. It is the social controls, the fear of public ridicule or public opposition or opprobrium, that is holding us accountable as people. But in an impersonal society with increasing urbanization, social controls are not adequate. Unless you actually build instruments of rule of law and make them effective, we are in grave danger of degenerating into anarchy.
So even if the culprit is identified, even if the fellow who was done is identified, demolition of house is not justice in any way, shape,
No,
or
it
form.
goes without saying. But When a government made it a political symbol, when people are crying for some kind of retribution and justice, these are all fetching politically. And that's a very dangerous thing. That after there is no doubt about it.
Right. So, on a lighter side, have you seen the recent blockbuster movie Pushpa 2?
Neither Pushpa 1 or Pushpa 2 I have seen.
Do you plan on watching that movie, sir?
Nothing against the stars or whoever they are or the directors. I'm an old-fashioned guy. The movies I liked and I continue to like, watching for the 30th time or 40th time, what are they really? They're memorable.
Right.
The story or the script or the dialogue or the literature or the songs or the ideas, they last a lifetime. Without being offensive, I am a great admirer of the younger generation. I am not one of those who believes that the past was great and the present is bad. I think there's enough of track record to show that. Honestly, some of these films, will you remember this after 3 months? Do you understand what is being said there? Can you follow the words in the songs? Pray tell me. Then what the hell are you doing? Then there's no need. I'm too old now to waste my time unless there's a purpose.
I've done that work for you, sir. I watched Pushpa 2 recently, and I'll tell you one scene that happens in that.
You have to tell me?
Yeah, it's related to my question. So there is an MLA, and he's giving representations to the current CM about a ministerial post, and he goes to meet the CM, and the CM the CM gives him some sort of surety. The MLA comes out of the cabin and says he's relieved now that he's confirmed a ministerial post, but does not know which portfolio. And frankly, he doesn't seem to care which portfolio. And then the hero, played by Mr. Allu Arjun, he leans forward and says, "Why do you want a minister? Aspire to be the CM. Why a minister?" He says, "Becoming a CM is not easy. I need at least 100 crores for that." And the hero says, "Why not 100? I'll give you 500 crores." And 40 minutes into the movie, he does become the CM. So my question to you is, what is this sway that money has over our politics? That even the CM's post is not above that?
Without going into the veracity of these statements or numbers, that's not material. But the larger picture, a man called Robert Wade, he did a remarkable study in the 1970s. And he actually traced this. It was, of course, relevant to those times, but the particulars. But if the general picture, it has validity even now. The detail has changed. In those days, it was the Congress Party's monopoly of power, and high command, even today, is very powerful in Congress Party. At that time, is the deity. I mean, that's the end of story. That's the backdrop. And then how the high command decides who is the chief minister, how the high command and chief minister together decide who are the ministers and what portfolios they have. And then the officials, he coined an expression called transfer sanctioning authority. Because legally somebody may be transferring authority, but in real terms, actually power lies elsewhere. That's the way the system works. So whoever transfers and positions officials, then the power goes from them. And then down the line up to the last person. The last person collects money from the people for day-to-day routine services which the people are entitled to get. So he showed beautifully the system where influence and power flow in one direction, money flows in the opposite direction. Right. A great expression he coined is, there is a well-developed market for public office in India. It is a startling statement. A well-developed market for public office in India. He explained in graphic detail how police stations are auctioned. If you want to be an inspector or sub-inspector in the SHO, as we call it in the police station, there are two ways of getting that. Either in an auction, you bid and the highest bidder gets the position, or you agree for a monthly payment of X amount as long as you are there. And everybody who understands politics and governance in many states, they know what it actually is. This was 50 years ago, 1970s, remember. And the most important insight in that is, why is it that you are not able to break it? There are enough honest people. It's not true that everybody is corrupt or everybody is bad. If somebody tries to break ranks and indulge in activities that are inimical to this chain of corruption, who want to be men and women of integrity, then the price they pay is far greater than the benefit that accrues to them. It's an important insight, whether you are a bureaucrat or even a politician. The price you pay, for instance, you and I are citizens, a birth certificate is needed. Typically, we all know what happens. Now with no electronic records, maybe things sometimes may be better. But generally, suppose you want to register, birth is not registered, let's say, a more realistic case. In the olden days, you want to get a certificate. In the olden days, you want to get a Pattadar passbook. Typically, you have to pay X amount as a bribe. You say, I'm honest, I don't want to pay a bribe. Then what happens? Typically, you have to go 10, 20 times, giving up your work, your study, or whatever, all other things. There's delay, there's harassment, there's uncertainty, there's fear, there's loss of work and therefore loss of income, and sometimes potentially irreversible damage. The film Bharatiyudu, the first one, another one version came, now I didn't see it, but that I saw. Their description of the solution is nonsensical. Going and killing people is not a solution. But their description of the problem was fantastic. One facet of corruption, extortionary corruption, how it actually works. How if you want to deviate from that, you pay a humongous price for resisting it. In Bharatiyudu, like because it's a film, in very stark terms, he had to lose his daughter's wife. It's an extreme form, but I think the point is well made. That's the reason why our system is what we call a dangerously stable equilibrium. It's very difficult to break unless you break each component systematically. And now, given that context, while I don't think it's true that A, that you can buy a CM's office with 100 crores, because oftentimes an MLA's office takes 100 crores, and B, actually it works in a more sophisticated manner. And some parties it's not there because they're more on the lookout for electoral outcome rather than distribution of patronage and collecting money. And money is for electoral victory rather than personal gain. Some parties different, culture is different. So, but the broader picture that there is an intractable model, and unless you look at the larger systemic imperatives and remove the links and find an alternative approach to politics, there is a problem. I think that's a good insight.
So why does it feel that corruption is endemic to our democracy?
First of all, it's not because of our people or our politicians. It's the easy, lazy answer is, we're all bad, we're all corrupt, we're all immoral, we have no values, our politicians are bad, they are thugs. This is nonsensical. Human beings are human beings. We're actually more moral than most people, not because we're inherently more moral, because there are more institutional or societal controls on our behavior in India. Right. Everybody is watching your behavior. You are so-and-so's daughter, you are so-and-so's son, khandan ye hai, wo hai. I mean, therefore, there is a limit beyond which you are not allowed to cross. In that sense, we are actually more moral because of societal compulsions. Therefore, first erase from our mind the idea that we are all immoral rascals. That's a nonsensical idea and a dysfunctional idea. It does not serve us at all. Now, once we agree, then that means the incentives are wrong. Right. Take the two elements of our governance system, which are generally very corrupt: politics, bureaucracy. Right. Bureaucracy, over time, two things happen. Centralization of power means people don't understand how power is exercised, what happens because of power. But they know power matters. They know MLA matters, they know their vote matters, they know somebody is becoming a king because of the vote, and beyond that, there is not much understanding. Therefore, vote is not a measured instrument to reward or to punish. Vote is often an instrument of anger and rejection or some outrageous hope and romanticism, because vote is divorced from day-to-day interactions. That is one part from the power, exercise of power, high degree of centralization. There is no local power. There is no major democracy where power is so centralized. In fact, there is no major economy where power is so centralized. Even China has decentralized power. More than 50% of China's expenditure is in local governments. In India, 3% is local expenditure. That gives a good idea of what's happening in India. The second is, in our conditions, the electoral system. What is the electoral system? In a poor country with poor delivery of services, mass illiteracy, and high degree of centralization, you have first past the post system. One more vote, I win. One less vote, I lose. In Britain, it did not result in this because Britain evolved over time. They don't have the other bad conditions. They don't have poor delivery of services. They don't have high degree of centralization of power. They don't have mass illiteracy. And there is a clear understanding for most people of what the vote actually means. Remember, all these are absent. In the absence of these, one first past the post system means the parties and the candidates have to cast the net wide. They don't know where that extra vote is coming to get elected. And in abject poverty with poor delivery of services and lack of trust, the best means is money, distribution of money. And in some states, because of cultural or historical reasons, it's much earlier, like Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Northeast, Jammu and Kashmir, increasingly Western India, particularly Maharashtra, some other states slowly. Not every state is in the same boat. But money became an important factor. But it doesn't mean that if you pay money, you get elected. It means if you don't pay money, your chances of getting elected are slim to none. If you pay money, you are a serious contender, therefore you have 50-50 chance. Money is now an entrance fee. It does not guarantee an outcome. It guarantees that you are a player.
Right. So, with regards to campaign funding, you've differentiated between legitimate funding and illegitimate funding. You say that legitimate funding is not really a big deal. There are laws and everything that can be done. You say the real problem is the illegitimate expenditure. Absolutely. What exactly is the illegitimate expenditure, sir?
In some states that I mentioned, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, for instance, to give an example, typically 25 to 30 crores is spent for an assembly election by each major candidate. Some cases a little less, many cases a little more. But 25-30 crores is not too far off the mark. You ask anybody, I may not be able to prove it, but everybody knows. Even in a village, they know. You ask any official, you ask any candidate, you ask any party worker, they all know. So far, many people said, sir, you are understating the number. Nobody said you are overstating it. Now, of that, I guarantee you, real campaign requires no more than 50-60 lakhs or 1 crore. Actually, 15-20 lakhs is enough. And I got elected with spending 4 lakh rupees in a large constituency. Now, 4 lakhs may be a little too much to expect. Most people are mercenary, they're required to be paid. Volunteer support is not that easy. Taking that into account, within about 60-70 lakhs or 1 crore, you can easily spread your message to a constituency. Now, what's happening to the balance 29 crores? Maybe some money, very skilled, smart professionals are now making money, surveys, EAO strategies, etc. Take another crore. Most of the rest is distributed. It doesn't mean distribution money always goes to the people. Once you have illegal distribution of illegitimate money, unaccounted and in cash, well, there are players in the system. Each fellow makes whatever pile he can. But ultimately, you have to spend that money. And many candidates, they complain. Even 10-15 years ago, they used to complain, sir, the day starts and say, bring another crore, bring another crore. We spent already this much. If I don't spend this crore, maybe I'll lose, therefore another crore. It's hell for them. The candidates are not happy. They are going through hell, most of them, trust me. Because notwithstanding what people believe, raising 20-30 crores cash for an assembly election in a country like India is not an easy thing. It's an enormously risk-taking venture. And every day the candidates and their families are going through hell, most of them. But they feel trapped. They can't get out of it. Because already I invested so much. Because our Karyakartas invested so much time and energy. We worked so hard. Maybe one more vote, maybe 100 more votes, maybe one more village. You get into the trap.
So how do you curb that expenditure?
In the long term, by empowering local governments and enforcing accountability. But that's long term in India. It should have happened 50-60 years ago. Even now, there's no sign of it happening. It's a lie, except in Kerala. So I don't have any expectation anytime soon. Even if you do it, it will take 15-20 years for the culture to begin to change. Right. It's not a switch on, switch off operation. Therefore, if you want to do quickly, the only realistic approach is change the electoral system. Today, the candidates are spending money not because they are bad people. Don't think that candidates are evil and therefore they're spending money. It's nonsensical. They want to win. You enter election play to win. What is wrong with that? That is the purpose, right? To win the people's approval in the form of the vote. And if you really are serious about it, for most people in many states, there's no substitute to paying money. That's not enough, but that's necessary. Supposing you switch over to another system, let's say a direct election at the state level, where overall in the whole state, you are electing a leader. In any case, most voters are going to vote for a leader, looking at a leader and then voting for that party. If you want to vote for BJP, you're looking at Narendra Modi and Tapamaro, or Yogi Adityanath or somebody else. You want to vote for Chandrababu Naidu or Jagan or somebody, or Rahul Gandhi. That's the way it operates. If you actually make the party system effective, the leader actually is elected for 5 years. Anyway, our leaders they concentrate all powers. Chief Minister is the king now of the state. Prime Minister is the Emperor of India, with minor variations. Broadly, that's the pattern. So you're not doing anything new. If you actually allow them to have the power without these problems, election will be without money power, because nobody will want to risk 10,000 crores in a state for power. It's too high a risk. Whereas too many people seem to be willing to risk 30 crores for an assembly constituency. Why, I don't understand. Don't ask me. To me, it's madness, but madness is now widely prevalent. I am betting nobody will dare to spend 10,000 crores for 50-50 chance of becoming chief minister. Then the incentive is, instead of driving voters to appeal to their good sense based on your record, your agenda and credibility. You don't require MLAs to now put you in office. You require the people to put you in office. Even a better model is, with some modifications to suit our conditions, a proportionality system where the number of votes you get and the proportion of votes will give you adequate voice in proportion to that. Therefore, the incentive for a candidate has now disappeared. There is no MLA who can pay money and be guaranteed to be rewarded. Similarly, in the other model I mentioned also, direct election, the MLA candidate is the one who is actually spending money in most cases. The MLA has no incentive because he has no power in the executive office, no finger in the pie. So we must alter the nature of power by altering electoral system. Then quickly we can change it. Barring that, entreaties, election commissions, searches and seizures, all the dramatic pronouncements and expenditure observers, we have tried all this.
Simultaneous elections.
And we tried all this. Simultaneous, we haven't tried, but we have simultaneous elections. Andhra Pradesh has simultaneous elections. Telangana had earlier. I can guarantee you the expenditure is one of the highest in the world in simultaneous elections. Not that it's going to be less in other elections, but it hasn't changed. So I think all these are merely pipe dreams. We have to change the incentives for the candidates and the parties.
Right. So this year, even electoral bonds was squashed by the Supreme Court. So all that has been talked about. The question still persists. How do you ensure transparency in political funding?
I wish there is an easy answer. When I pushed for political funding reform in 2003, it was in the wake of the Tehelka scam. Now, for the younger generation who might not have been born at the time or they were toddlers, Tehelka was the first sensation in Indian politics where the camera captured money transferred into some leaders' hands. They collected money for political activity. The two leaders who were taped, by their reputation, they were not bad leaders at all. Mr. George Fernandez, the defense minister, Mr. Bangaru Lakshman, the BJP president. Both actually were decent human beings. We are forgetting that. We are somehow thinking somebody in a particular episode caught is a terrible fellow, all others are lily white. No, it's not true. These were actually collecting for running a political activity. Because the framework did not facilitate an honest collection of legitimate money through check, like it was as a normal practice, they took the cash. And as usual, Indians were emotional, not necessarily very thoughtful. So we pretended as if there is a monumental corruption of these two people, sacked them, and then used it for political purposes, rather than there's a systemic problem, let's address it. So all that was going on. Then I met all the leaders in the country, of all parties, across the spectrum, including George Fernandez, including leaders of the governing coalition at the time, the BJP, including the main opposition in Congress, and pleaded with them, look, there are two elements of election spending. One is the campaign, genuine campaign money, That's what this is about. Running a party, running a campaign requires money. If politics is a noble endeavor, then there must be honest sources to fund the political activity. It can't be a sin. It can't be a crime. It can't be black. The illegitimate thing is a bigger issue. Let's leave it. At least let's address the small problem. They all embraced it. The Parliament unanimously enacted the law. What we proposed at the time was twofold. One is the individual or corporate contributions to a recognized not recognized, registered political, any political party shall be fully tax exempt for the donor. For the recipient, they were always exempt. For the donor, fully tax exempt, which is a novel concept because no other country has it. In many countries, actually, there is a limit beyond which you cannot fund. There is no tax exemption. Here, unlimited for the individual. For the corporates, at the time, we said 5% of the net average profit of 3 years. That was implemented by law. The second thing was, we anticipated electronic campaigns in future. Though social media, etc., did not come at the time. We did not even coin the expression social media, but we anticipated it. Therefore, we said any electronic campaign, the channel or the platform must give free airtime to recognized political parties because you can't give it all and sundry. X amount of time, we didn't specify how much, that will be practical considerations. I'm sure the Election Commission would have decided how much time is realistic, etc. And then who will get how much time? Again, Election Commission decide based on objective criteria. Number of people elected, percentage of votes they got, they can build a consensus. The second part was never implemented. In all this discussion, nobody is talking about the second part. There is a law. That part is never implemented because they never framed the rules and parties kept silent on that, though law was there. The first part was implemented. BJP genuinely tried it, that they will collect only by check and not by cash. And the receipts for BJP fell by 80 to 90% despite their being in power. NDA was in power at the time at the national level. Then they decided that it's not viable, and therefore they opened the doors like any other party. Arun Jaitley, who was law minister at the time, he had this bee in his bonnet. We failed. This is a good law, but we could not really do it. And he came to the conclusion that the people are afraid to fund a political party, particularly corporates, because other parties will harass them. And in our country, unfortunately, you can't be an Elon Musk and say, I support Trump, and whoever wins, nobody can touch Elon Musk. India is not that. If a prime minister is determined, if a government in India is determined, whether Adani or Ambani or Tata or somebody else, you can substantially undermine their fortunes. That is the truth of Indian economic management, Indian political economy and economic management. So it is that fear. The fear is now deterring them from openly giving support. So let's take advantage of the law, provide them tax exemption, collect it honestly through check, but we will not reveal the identity of the donor. Right. It is not a good solution. But it is, in the judgment of Mr. Jaitley, an optimal solution in a difficult situation. We should have found a better alternate. We haven't yet found it. It's easy to say it's bad. Of course it's bad. Non-disclosure is bad. Supreme Court gave some fantastic pronouncements and landmark judgment. If you seriously go by the word landmark, by now India should have had 25 to 30 revolutions. So there's nothing landmark, it's so obvious that political funding cannot be secret. But what is the alternative? We tried non-secret funding, didn't happen. Now, is there a better method? We all have to put our heads together. Now, what will happen now is, or what must be already happening is, post the judgment, no contribution legally to political parties. Doesn't mean money is not flowing to political parties. It will flow in cash. We are back to square one. So instead of grandstanding, we must look at an answer to the genuine problem in the country. Long-term solution is, how do you de-link economic fortunes from political vagaries? But that doesn't happen one day. Just because somebody declares today, don't worry, no matter who is in power, you can be economically secure, I don't think you are saying that matters. We are not in that state. It will take another 15, 20 years of assiduous effort. Meanwhile, what do? I think we have to put our heads together.
Right.
So, this is probably the last question. We've talked about a lot of issues. We've talked about countries, we've talked about nations, we've talked about ministers.
All the problems of the world we solved in 2 hours' time.
Barring one.
There's a reason this is the last question, because again, I will go on to instances as well. As a common man in India, the fact that you go to work and come back safely seems like a lucky incident because everything out there is seemingly very dangerous. Infrastructure, there are bridge collapses happening every now and then. There was a Rajkot gaming parlor issue, but kids were playing game and the parlor caught fire and the kids died. There's a Bombay hoarding collapse. A big hoarding was in Bombay. Rainfall happened, storm happened, it collapsed, and certain people died. There was a collapse of bridge in Bombay. There was a train coupling incident where a serviceman was coupled between two trains. The data says that in 23-24, 313 people were dead in train accidents. There was a pillar that fell on a cab driver at an airport. There was a Pune Porsche case where a young fellow was driving under influence. All of this coupled together, all of this. As a common man, when I'm stepping out into this country, all this is happening. I'm not saying that's very, very, this does not happen anywhere else. But what seems in India is that there is no accountability. There is no bureaucratic accountability. We have talked about politicians, right? But bureaucracy seems to be a system that works on merit, right? You have exams. You're supposed to be much more accountable to people. We have not elected you. You have been selected through a process which is supposed to be fair. Where is the bureaucratic accountability? As a citizen, who do I go to?
I think it's a great question, Aditya. But let me, for purposes of perspective, say something. In the large part, Indians are mostly secure. The initial premise of your question that, my God, in India, you don't know if you'll come back home alive. Because despite our colossal failure in rule of law, crime investigation and prosecution, because of societal strengths, not because of governance and politics, we're a remarkably stable and peaceful and safe and free society. First, let's acknowledge that. Until you go to other countries, some of them very developed countries, where there's a palpable fear on the street, until you go to some of the emerging economies where there is a fear for your lives every hour, every day, every interaction is a potentially fatal one, we won't understand the strength of our society. So, while we have to be very mindful of our failings, and I have been most vocal about the failings of our democracy and governance, we should have the confidence to expose our warts and address them rather than conceal them. But we must not also indulge in self-flagellation excessively. I want to add that caveat. Having said that, you are absolutely right. Infrastructure building or overall safety consciousness or the citizens' convenience and comfort, they are last on our priority, and our bureaucracy is a law unto itself. The asymmetry of power in India is not so much between a politician and a citizen. At least citizen can go and shout at a politician, sometimes even abuse him or protest anyway, and vote against him and throw him out of office. The bureaucracy, even the lowliest bureaucrat, is more powerful than 90% of the people of this country, in terms of security of life, in terms of power, in terms of economic strength. And we have never really learned to hold bureaucracy to account. And it's getting worse. Jawaharlal Nehru and Sardar Patel had some differences. While they worked together and they had the same dream for the country, they had some differences. Nehru lost only 2 cases. In the early days of Indian independence, on grand issues, Nehru prevailed almost on all issues. But on 2 issues, Nehru failed. One failure was about bureaucratic accountability. He wanted to reshape Indian bureaucracy, remove it from the colonial approach and structure, and made it accountable to the people of the country. Sadly, Nehru failed in that. Patel was a great man. To meet the exigency situation that day, he wanted to protect bureaucracy because he was worried, given partition and the mayhem in the country and potential disaster, etc., and anarchy, unless bureaucracy is supported and strengthened, India would fall apart. And he was right. But that was a transient condition. In the long term, Nehru's thinking was right, but Nehru failed, and he did not pursue it later. And that proved to be very costly. India gave the highest protection in the world to bureaucracy, not merely civil service, bureaucracy. Article 311 makes it virtually impossible, near impossible, to remove an employee of government. It is the ultimate right, no matter what you do. And oftentimes the way the rules were implemented also was inimical to public good and always favoring the individual right. So somehow in India, even the people think government employment is a birthright. Once you're an employee of government, that's it. You cannot be touched. That is the psyche we developed. It's a very dangerous approach. And second, increasingly professionalism is lost. At least in early decades, there was some degree of professionalism and a sense of public purpose. But now, I'm sorry to use some harsh words, an increasing lack of accountability, a sense of arrogance that no, you are supreme and the people are nothing, is gaining ground, unfortunately. Actually, the other way should have happened. With modernization, economic growth, there should have been greater humility, greater accountability. Instead, there's greater greed and greater unaccountability that are ruling increasingly. Not everywhere. There are some wonderful civil servants at every level. Even the last 1 week, I received letters from at least 2 employees at the low level about their personal integrity and how they're facing a lot of difficulties. Earlier, we discussed Robert Wade's model, how they're facing difficulties in the milieu of corruption, and they required some support. And actually, I'm thinking of constituting a quiet cell to try and give some kind of support to people like that. So there are wonderful people all around. I'm talking about the larger culture. It's not about individuals. And we certainly have to do a lot by decentralizing power, by holding employees to account, by enhancing transparency. Despite the transparency laws, getting information from the government officials is like extracting a tooth. None of us wants to go to a dentist and get a tooth extracted. With great difficulty we go there. It's now that difficult. And ideas of citizens' charters, Lok Sabha and I propagated that way back early on, immediately after John Major took it up in Britain. But our citizens' charter was soulless. They are really powerless. Rarely do they have teeth of penalties for non-performance and delays. And even right to information, in many states, the commissioners appointed, they behave like very, very substandard bureaucracy or judiciary. And then what should be decided in 5 minutes, they take months and months and hearings. So everything we made it perfunctory. Unless accountability instruments like citizens' charters, anti-corruption mechanisms, Lokpal we created. What is Lokpal today, to be honest? I have no disrespect for the incumbents right now. I don't know who they are. I don't even remember the names. But that itself is an indictment. That much of India does not know who the Lokpal institution is comprised of today means it's a colorless, orderless, tasteless institution. Lokayuktas, of course, are irrelevant in India. So we have to get serious. We have to enforce accountability. And there are ways of enforcing accountability. The biggest danger to India is not merely politics. Politics has its problems. At least politician has to go back to the people. At least it's organize the people. This dirty, sometimes filthy, sometimes not so well-educated and fashionable politician is actually holding our democracy alive. And we are all too ready to attack them and pounce on them. At the end of the day, it's the bureaucracy that interfaces with the people and that delivers. And I think that failure is glossed over because of our obsession with party politics.
So the reason I mentioned these issues, these incidents is because they happened in 2024, but this has been a trend.
No, I totally agree with you. No, I'm making a broader point because safety is not merely about infrastructure, it's about safety on the roads. So India is bad, but not terrible. It doesn't mean that we should be complacent. It means that we should not be too dejected.
And also because they also deal with service delivery. So the fact that service delivery is not happening properly.
Absolutely. There's no question about it. There's not a single family in India which is not a victim of failed bureaucracy. I can say without fear of contradiction, I have heard of a former prime minister who advised his family, just because I'm a prime minister, don't stop paying the bribes locally. For your own business. I've heard of a chief secretary long back, 40, 50 years ago, just because I'm chief secretary, don't stop bribing the local revenue officials. So I think enough said. There is nobody who is exempt. At least the corruption part is socialist.
The rule of law is upheld here.
Last question, sir. And while I ask this question, I know this is not, we are not mapping milestones. It's much more like a river. So it's flowing. But how do you see the road ahead? 2025 is approaching. How do you see the road ahead? And what are your expectations and what do you think really will happen?
Ideally, we know what should happen. In my judgment, 4 things are critical if you want to transform Indian governance. Political parties, internal democracy, we discussed it today. Electoral system, in passing, we discussed. Decentralization of power with accountability, we also discussed it briefly. And rule of law in full measure. Without these 4 things in place, there is no robust and real democracy, anything more than what we have now. More functional, more effective democracy. But my honest assessment is there is no constituency for these 4 big changes in India today. I'm making a very, not a pessimistic statement, but a painful statement. I'm a great optimist. But an optimist cannot ignore the realities. You have to go by evidence and yet find a road. Optimism is about finding a way despite the difficulties, not pretending difficulties don't exist. The political parties are not articulating this. I'm sure there are many intelligent political leaders, public spirited leaders who are feeling it, but your feeling it privately is different from your articulating it and mobilizing public opinion. I don't see evidence of any mobilization of public opinion. There's no secret here. Parliament and legislative debates, I don't recall any serious debate on these issues in the country, except to blame each other, find a particular incident which is somewhat grotesque and then use it to paint each other in black. I don't see any systemic approach. Media, very robust, very noisy, very loud, vituperated and all that. And 24 hours you, by mistake, you serve the channels and everywhere what's going on. I haven't seen any of the issues being discussed seriously except in very hyper-partisan terms. Middle classes, we,
Yes.
I blame them.
Yes.
In our drawing rooms, in our families, in our private discussions or group discussions with our peers and colleagues, I don't think I can make a blank universal statement, but 90% cases, I don't get a sense that we are exercised about that either. We are also playing this game because by proxy. Vicariously, we are also playing the power game, our caste or our fellow, I like this fellow, or I know this minister, I know this MP kind of a thing. And who will win, who will lose as idle chatter. Like, you sit there and the akhara is there and boxers are fighting or they're wrestling and who will win. We become spectators. So where is the impulse? Honestly. Because impulse has to come from these, it doesn't come from heaven. So what is the way out? Therefore, I made the pessimistic statement first. So what's the optimistic statement? There seems to be a broad consensus within the country, even if the language is not always used, within the country and in the media, middle classes and the establishment, political establishment, that India needs economic growth. High economic growth. There may be variations, but generally I think that's an area where I think we all seem to agree. Nobody says, I don't want growth. I think if we use that as a peg and then look at issues that are relevant to promote sustained growth on a long-term basis, high growth on a long-term basis, look at the impediments and address them. What are those? The first in my judgment is the fiscal prudence lacking. Some states are doing a good job. Union government is making some effort now, but many other states are slipping. Unless we create a sustainable public finances management and make sure that there is a healthy balance between short-term individual welfare and long-term collective goods and services and infrastructure, growth will be derailed. No question about it. No question about it. It's not a magic or mantra to simply chant growth, and growth will happen. Public finances are critical. The second is quality education. I think today there was perhaps not much discussion, but quality of education. Without education in a modern economy, you cannot simply use the muscle power of a human being and animal draft power and grow. That was 300 years ago and 3,000 years ago. Not today. In today's world, minimum level of skills to navigate your way in the modern economy, to use the machines and other tools available for enhancing productivity and production and quality is critical for economic growth. Quality education. Quality health care. Without that, there's no productivity because if I don't have the ability to physically work, I can't simply contribute, let alone the human happiness and all that. Fourth, at least some elements of rule of law, like property titles, your investment is safe, gundas will not knock off your, that kind of minimum. I'm not talking about the grand elements of rule of law. That's a bit too much in the short term. But at least to the extent that you protect investment climate, growth. And finally, we discussed briefly, small town development to absorb the mass of low-skilled, poor, unorganized workers. If this much is pegged to economic growth, each of them is politically potentially popular. Dr. Rajashekar Reddy proved, for instance, Arogyasri and other things actually are vote winners. Prime Minister embraced that in the form of PM Ayushman or whatever. Similarly, Education conceptually is vote-winner, except they're not giving education, they're only giving free reimbursement and free education, but there's no education. But the idea of education is obviously votes-winner. But if those in power understand that people are shortchanged, then quality of education also can bring votes apart from economic growth. Similarly, if unorganized sector, large number can be absorbed locally in more secure positions without being alienated from the local environment, certainly it's a vote winner. We discussed earlier Telangana, Hyderabad city and outside. If only there were enough of local engines of growth, probably the electoral outcome would have been different. So there is an electoral advantage in pursuing these goals. They're not only necessary for the country, they're also politically productive. And they'll definitely enhance growth or sustain growth. So if you peg that, and if the media and the middle classes and the political parties understand what they say in Telugu, Swamikaryam, Swakaryam, the public good and individual gain, only when these two fuse, the leaders or the leading parties in power, their own political interests and the nation's good, only when they both fuse can things happen. Don't expect politicians to be saints. Don't expect them to give up their political gain for the sake of the country's good. We must learn to fuse them. And I think there is a way of fusing both if you are a skillful leader, if you understand where India's needs are and where your own political future is. I think that's what we should pursue. And that's what we should persuade. And I think the approach should not be judgmental, attacking those in politics, but more to influence their thinking. Non-judgmental, respectful approach, understanding the constraints under which they are laboring is very important rather than the shouting matches you see on television. I don't think anybody is persuading anybody else. They're making a spectacle of themselves. And the sense I get is the same players coming most often. And it's a game, it's a theater. I think they all understand it. I think we should rise above that. We must take ourselves seriously because people's lives are at stake. The people in the television channels and parliament, their lives are not at stake. The ordinary people's lives and their future are at stake. I think they deserve some serious respect and consideration, not theater and drama and performance.
Right, sir. I think this has been our longest conversation ever, record conversation. So,
well, if somebody can go through all this in this day and age when people tell me that 10 seconds is attention span of most people, that will be a miracle. But I'm sure there are enough people who actually want to understand and who are seriously engaged. And my only appeal is there are fantastic reasons why we should be optimistic. Yes, there are many things which are bad. There are many more things which are good in this country. Trust it. You are all young people. For you, it's very difficult to understand what I said. But I am old enough now. Probably I am older than each of your parents, maybe close to your grandparents' age. We have the advantage of having seen in 30, 40 years. However bad things appear today, in many respects, they're infinitely better than they were 30, 40 years ago. There is not a family in India, I'm saying that with absolute conviction, there's not a family in India whose life is not better today than it was 30 years ago. Yes, it could be much better than today. No question. It's not good enough. No question. But even with our decrepit politics and governance, a lot of good things are happening because politicians and bureaucracy are doing some things right, but more important, technology, our societal strengths, and the desire of each family to protect the future. That is giving us hope. So don't give up. Don't despair. Let's not lie to ourselves and let's not pretend that the bad things don't exist. But let's not allow them to deflect us or to depress us. Let's find a way around them.
like, share and subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss a video from us.